Bosco, if you would please select the unmute feature on your device. Hi, did you want to speak on any closed session items, or did you want to speak on the open session items for general public comment?
Oh, I just wanted to listen in on the meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. At any time at the meeting, when the public comment period is open, if you want to speak, please select the raise hand feature on your Zoom.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
closed session meeting to order at 5:10 p.m., February 6, 2021. In accordance with California Governor's Executive Order N2520 regarding the Brown Act and guidance from the California Department of Public Health on gatherings, this meeting is taking place entirely by teleconference via Zoom. The council chambers is closed. The public is accessing the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. The council members and I, along with the city manager, the city attorney, city clerk, and executive team, are in different locations. Please bear with us as technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Mendoza. Thank you. Councilmember Fan. Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Here.
And Mayor Sarmiento has still not joined us yet. We have a quorum.
Oh, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Any member of the council would like to take this time to announce their abstentions at this time? Anybody? Nope. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session items?
No, Mayor, we do not. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, we do not have any.
Okay, thank you for that. We will be recessing this portion of the meeting to consider the items listed on the closed session agenda, and we will be joining you guys back shortly.
for waiting. We're still waiting for the mayor to join the meeting. Thank you, Mayor. We are ready.
Great. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we could hear you.
Excellent. I think everybody is on from what I can tell. Let me go ahead and call this regular meeting to order for April 6, 2021 of the Santa Ana City Council regular open session. And let me go ahead and begin with just as we always do with these with this housekeeping language. So in accordance with the California Governor's Act Executive Order N-25-20 regarding the Brown Act and guidance from the California Department of Public Health on gatherings, this meeting is taking place entirely by teleconference via Zoom. The council chambers are closed. The public is accessing the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. The council members and I, along with the city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and the executive management team, are all in different locations. And as we always say, we please ask for your patience as we go through this meeting, and the technology that we use may disrupt the meeting at some point. So let me go ahead and have Madam Clerk please conduct roll.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Here.
And Mayor Sarmiento.
Here. And before I turn it over to the clerk to go ahead and also give instructions to the public for them to be able to access the meeting, let me just say good evening to everybody. I hope everybody is doing well. Everybody is safe. We received some incredible news from the governor today, so it looks like things will be getting back to normal very soon, and we will be coming back to the council meeting in person very soon as well. So those are all good things that we have to look forward to, as well as just being together and opening up our local economy as well as our state and national economy. So those are all good things. We'll get into those with a little bit more detail maybe on our COVID-19 update as we go through the meeting. But let me go ahead and turn it back over to the clerk so she can go ahead and give some instructions to the public if they wish to engage.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The public was able to join the speaker queue at 4:30 p.m. today. In accordance with the council procedures, calls will not be accepted after the public comment session has begun. Therefore, you must join Zoom or the conference call by 6 p.m. Speakers who are not on the speaker queue by 6 p.m. will not be permitted to speak. To request to speak, dial *9 from your phone or click on the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before I begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, I also want to just remind the public, or let the public know, that the council will be limiting its comments to 3 minutes as we do with the public comments. So hopefully this will be a little more of a rapid fire meeting. We'll be able to get through this fairly quick, I hope, but also give an opportunity to the public to address us as well as the council members to address the items, but in a timely way. So that being said, let me go ahead and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if all of you will please follow me in pledging allegiance to the flag by placing your right hand over your heart and repeating after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. And let me begin with our invocation section of the meeting, and I want to turn it over to Councilmember Hernandez because we have a special guest that will be addressing us. And as you all know, we've begun a practice here for our invocation section where it is to celebrate the different faiths that we have that bless us here in the city, but also to reflect on words of wisdom and folks that can invoke some hope in all of us as they address the council. So, Councilmember Hernandez, do you mind introducing the invocation for tonight's meeting?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is with great honor that we introduce Sandan Goad, who is the Tribal Council Chairwoman of the Gabrielino Tongva Nation. And she will be doing the honor of providing our invocation / reflection. And without further ado, welcome, Ms. Goad.
Thank you. My name is Sandane Goad. Don't stress over the pronunciation. I wanted to start with in a Native American country, prayers, blessings, and ceremonies are a taboo to record. I've spoken with the clerk about this, and that's why you will only see my picture on the screen. And I don't have a problem with my voice being recorded. I just wanted to let you know that. During the prayer, you'll hear the word COVID. Understand that you will also be hearing the mass shootings, the homeless, poverty, and mental illness. You just won't understand those words. And because you cannot see me, and because I will be doing this in Tongva, the word aho is the last word, and that will be the end of it. So that way you'll know that I'm done. And without further ado, Iyo Tayiya Hanuka Kamibe Kima'a Iyo Kiha Naro Iyo Tayiya Hanuka Ketameve Kima'a Iyo Kiha Naro Iyo Tiye Ye Hanuka Ha Yeme Iyo Kiha Naro Iyo Tiya Hanuka Tumeve Kima'a Iyo Kiha Naro Tihavko ha Yo Yavoin Tihir Kui Aya Rhyme Hin Hi Moich He Iyo Tarahim Tihovkopo ha Yo Yavoin Haki Owe Ich Mite Nta Me Fine Ich Mine Tihir Veit Kopo ha Tihav Soner Knock Haki Owe Ich Motayu Haki COVID Tarash Muhuk Amaya Hamapi Mori Vech Wik Chot Niki Ein Anai Crying Mohaki Po Ha Pori Nok Tarahim Hiyamar Reiki Niki Ein Ioshun Machova Ha Wik Chot Io Niki Ein Chehoit Motayo Kir Oi Hamin Ko Io Akonach Noit Yo Yavoin tihav ko'eha, mani ser, Santa Ana, kikich peotskeme, ma'a sona a po'e, homo hin I shun, chot pomo hin, mia roni hurura, oi yomo ma tihav, suner, pe'e, pomo ma, wik, chot, ya it, tihav bit, tarahim, yo ya voin, io shun machova ha min ko, iyo, ein, sahat, pu I nok iquave, mi tema, tihav kopoha, tihav soner nok, haki, owe ich, pe'e, kima, iquave, yauki, haki, yara, vit, apoen, tihav soner, poko si, rowich, evi, ahon, mia roni, nam komok, ahur, rain, wik, chot, pokuroi, imok, mia, ya, mich, wik, chot, hionach, iquave, aho.
Thank you, Ms. Goad. I just wish I knew more languages, but it's interesting how even though we're not fluent in all the languages that we've been addressed in at the council, sometimes, words just penetrate our souls. So thank you. I'm sure that those words and your prayer and the feeling behind it were well received, and know that they are well received by this council and the residents here in Santa Ana. We celebrate all faiths and those who don't practice faith as well. We want to make sure that we are as inclusive in this moment as we possibly can. So we thank you for that. And we thank Councilmember Hernandez for inviting you to address us and sharing your words of wisdom. I would love to have that translated. So if there's any way that you could send us something, if not, we will take those words and use them as inspiration for our meeting as we go forward. So let me turn the next part over to Councilmember Hernandez as we begin our ceremonial presentations. And I believe he has an oath of office that is going to be administered to Ms. Turtle Hart Legaspi as the new personnel board member for Ward 5. So Councilmember, the floor is yours once again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we all know, Santa Ana is a diverse city, rich in history, and it is with great honor that we are presenting you the oath of ceremony of Nellie M. Turtlehart Legaspi, who I'm not sure, Clerk of the Council, if you can confirm this, but I would like to say she's the first full-blooded Native American on our commissions. So that's a big win for the Native American community. And without further ado, that is correct. Thank you. History is being made in the city, and we are here to celebrate it and be a part of it. Here's to making more history.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Nellie Ann, my Turtlehart Legaspi,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion.
that I will well and faithfully discharge
I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties I am upon to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, council member, and congratulations, Ms. Turtleheart Legaspi. Welcome to the Personnel Board. We are grateful to have you, and more importantly, that was probably the most unique oath that I believe I've observed on my time on the council, and it's beautiful to see. It's incredible to see, the diversity and celebrate the different cultures, but especially the Native American culture and the indigenous culture here. And this council continues to make firsts and to break patterns and practices. And for that, I applaud you all. So thank you. I'm very proud to serve with all of you and to see new ground being broken almost every meeting. So those are good things. Let me now call on Council Member Fan as she introduces her Ward 1 commissioners. So Council Member Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. And hi, everyone. I am so excited to share with you and introduce you to the Ward 1 representatives on our boards and commissions. So I'm going to be sharing my screen. And so if anything goes wrong, please let me know. Right. Okay. It should be good. Hang on. All right. All looks good?
Looks great.
Perfect. Okay. So I didn't get a chance to attend any of the ceremonies or swearing-ins because, I personally was just trying to be very careful. So without further ado, these are Ward 1 representatives, commissioners, and board members. For the Community Development Commission, we have Dang Lei. He is a loan officer. He works in the real estate industry, helping families purchase homes. And so as a member of the Community Development Commission, he's very enthusiastic and really committed to ensuring that everybody has access to housing affordability, and particularly accessory dwelling units. We actually met at a presentation for OC Yimby, Yes in My Backyard, and he really helped educate me on accessory dwelling units in the city and in the county. He is also obviously a Santa Ana resident. Gary Wood is, some of you might know, was a previous commissioner, and he's been in Ward 1 for a very long time. And he will be joining us to represent us on ETAC, a position that he has been on before. So I'm very excited to see him fulfill that position again here, especially on the west side. Next, we have Carlos Brea, who is, speaking of history, he, I believe, the first undocumented commissioner in the city of Santa Ana, serving on the Measure X committee, oversight committee. And so he will be continuing with that position and continuing to serve the city of Santa Ana residents in reviewing how Measure X dollars, tax dollars, will be spent. Next, we have Isabel Ortega, who is on the Youth Commission. Some of you may remember I had asked the commission for an exception because Ms. Ortega is 16, but she's attending college in the fall. And at the time, the Youth Commission required that students be between 7th and 12th grade. I know that she's going to be really an incredible voice for young people in the city of Santa Ana, and particularly those who want to get involved in the city, because she's also involved in some other groups like Santa Ana Youth Ballot. Next, we have Bao Pham, who is an architect by trade, and he actually did not apply for a commission position when the city went to seek applications. He was filing an application for a client at City Hall and wondered, how does one person, as like an architect, get involved in serving the city? So he actually had applied just because he wanted to know how he can help residents and work on these kinds of issues. So I'm very excited. Bao and I actually, when I interviewed him, found out that we went to Los Amigos together, and he was a grade below me. So I'm very excited to have a fellow Lobo serve on in Santa Ana. Next, we have Gabrielle Gutierrez. She's going to be on our Parks and Rec Commission. Gabrielle has a lot of experience working with many cultural groups, arts groups, and she wants to bring that into our Parks and Rec and the services that we provide to youth and our family. And so I'm really excited to see what she does there. And I think she brings a lot of knowledge and experience to the city. Next, we have Indigo Vu, who is our Arts and Culture Commissioner. They are someone who's lived in Santa Ana, particularly Ward 1, for a very long time. They have helped set up a number of events with Viet Rise, a local Vietnamese organization, to help get residents involved in immigration and refugee issues. So they have experience setting up events and bringing in the Vietnamese community, and that is something that I think I and many of my colleagues would like to see as we help bridge cultures in our city and make sure all of our residents feel involved. And Indigo and I both believe that arts and culture is one way to do that. Next, for our personnel board, we have Valerie Huynh, who is, again, a resident of Ward 1. She's a federal employee with experience managing other employees and reviewing and things like that. So really her experience in that space is really perfect to be on the personnel board, as they're charged with looking at and reviewing discipline and employee issues. And last slide, we have Keith Carpenter, who will be serving on the Historic Resource Commission. He was previously a chair of Measure X Committee, and we actually met at a Riverview West Neighborhood Association meeting. We were just being involved, and Keith, is just a wealth of knowledge and really committed to working with residents in Santa Ana, particularly those in the West Side, and talking about historic resources. And we do feel that a lot of that emphasis has been kind of on the north end of the city. We really believe that the entire city has a number of historic resources that really need to be highlighted. And so we're excited to work on that. And last but not least, we have Yesenia Cruz, who is an executive assistant in the city manager's office. She is my executive assistant. I wanted to make sure you all knew who she was, as she is my right-hand person. She is the one that many of you would interface with as you set up meetings with me for office hours, or just someone who can help be a liaison to the community. And I'm just really excited that everybody is on the team. So with that, thank you so much. I hope you all welcome them. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. We're all here to be a resource for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pham. I think you started a good pattern there. You were able to introduce all of them in a really, really efficient and effective way. I feel like I got to know all of them. And you're right, Yesenia is awesome. She is. So I think we can all vouch for that. And so good work there. So let's move on to the next item, which is a proclamation that we're going to be presenting to Casa de la Familia, recognizing this month as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And I'm doing this in conjunction with Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa and Councilmember Pham, as I'm sure all the council members also will join us in recognizing this month. I'm going to turn it over to them, but what I'd like to do is just thank Dr. Ana Nogales and her staff and her clinicians at Casa de la Familia. They've been offering cognitive, emotional, and psychological support to many in our community at a very, very affordable rate, but more importantly, in an effective way. And so I know that she and her staff have been longstanding members of the community, and have become much, much more trusted during this period of this pandemic, where many families and many children of those families have sought support. So I don't think there's any organization more fit to receive this recognition than Casa de la Familia. So thank you, Dr. Ana, for everything that you do. And thank you, council members. Let me go ahead and begin with Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Sarmiento. And it was very important for me to join in my colleagues here at Councilmember Fan for bringing this forward, and the mayor, because, Sexual Assault Awareness Month is something that oftentimes, isn't talked about in communities like ours, in communities like Santana, where, there's a lot of, there's a lot of stigma around, the idea that this happens. As a man, I want to be able to advocate and show my support that this is a problem that happens too frequent in many industries, in work, in the workplace, at home, and we should be able to call it out and let people know that it happens. I don't know how many times I've been myself, again, as a guy, walking through a parking lot at a mall, and I find myself walking behind a woman, and I feel uncomfortable because I could only imagine how this woman feels when there's a man walking behind her when it's a dark parking lot, and I feel helpless because I'm like, I know that's probably going through her head. Today I'm wearing teal, as well as some of my colleagues are as well, and the city attorney's wearing teal to bring awareness to sexual assault. A day of action, which is today, and I'm happy to recognize Casa de la Familia, and not just recognize them, but just a little bit ago, I was able to donate to their efforts online. So if you guys are, whoever's listening, if you guys could donate to their organization, it's a nonprofit that does a lot of good work in our community, stigma reduction, mental health treatment that focuses on Hispanic populations and trauma in communities like ours. So very happy for their effort. I just want to let everybody know that I stand with you, and I'm stand in support of bringing awareness that this is a real problem. And I want to give a little shout out to Mayor Pro Tem Kim Nguyen of Garden Grove, my +1, for advocating this issue throughout our county and being a fighter when it comes to this. So thank you, and I will hand it over to Councilmember Fan so she could finish it off.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I was very excited to bring this forward. I too am wearing teal. It's not a color I normally wear, so I bought it on Amazon. Yes, thank you so much for recognizing Mayor Pro Tem Kimberly Nguyen. She was the one who originally had reached out to me and told me about Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and she was the one who shared her story and her story of survival and being a survivor in Orange County, and really been the one to bring this issue forward and talking to the various communities in our county about it. I do want to share some facts about sexual assault because I think it's really important that we recognize how pervasive this is and how underreported it is. So a few facts. Statistics show, right, that 1 in 5 women and 1 in 67 men will experience sexual assault at some point in their lives. We have 3 women on the council, and our city attorney, city clerk, and our city manager are women. Statistically, one of us is a survivor. That's the truth. And it's so hard to hear because we don't talk about it enough in our city or in the media. And the numbers are even worse for the LGBTQ community. They experience sexual violence at similar or higher rates than their cisgender and straight counterparts, but 47% of transgender people are sexually assaulted at some point in their lifetime. That's almost 1 in 2. Sexual assault remains dramatically underreported, with less than 1/3 of cases actually being reported to police. And what's worse is that those are the ones that once they get reported, it doesn't mean they're going to get investigated. It doesn't mean that they're going to go to court. It doesn't mean that once they go to court that the assailant will be convicted. So the numbers are even smaller. And finally, in light of COVID and the pandemic shutdown, that's really isolated survivors of sexual assault and made it even more difficult to identify folks who need resources. So I know the Mayor Pro Tem and I are very excited to present this proclamation to Casa de la Familia, because on top of the work that they're doing, on top of the language barrier, and on top of everything else, they're serving our community. They're a nonprofit organization founded in 1996 by clinical psychologist Dr. Ana Nogales, whose vision was to create an organization dedicated to ensuring the long-lasting mental health and success of individuals that have experienced trauma. And finally, I want to say that we're wearing teal because today is the National Day of Action. And so for those of you who have teal or something similar, please wear teal, post a selfie on Twitter, Instagram, and use the hashtag SAAM2021 to show that you're standing in solidarity with us. So thank you so much, and I'm really excited to present this proclamation.
Thank you, Council Member, and go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Really quick, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to add and point out that one thing that's very troubling is that in Orange County, a county with over 3 million people, there's only one rape crisis center in our county, and it's in Anaheim. So these are things that aren't, talked about, which leads to not having these crisis centers available throughout the county, because people would rather not talk about it, shy away from it. It's usually men that are in these positions of power to make these things available throughout areas. So just wanted to point that out, that's something that we need to collectively work on as a city, as a county, to be able to address that there needs to be more of these rape crisis centers throughout the county available for our community. I hear it too often of just getting emails from our police department. I could tell that sexual assault cases on not just women or men, but children have sadly increased over the last year because everyone's working from home, doing at-home learning, where their safe spaces for kids were schools. The safe spaces for women and men were their workplace, where they were able to get away from whatever they had going on at home. So it's something that we need to continue to talk about, continue to address, continue to advocate for funding our county representatives to make these things more available. And that's it, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to add that bit.
Great, thank you both for that. But I think this is the real teal. I had this on earlier. I don't know what you guys are wearing. Your guys is kind of a dark green, but I think this was the real teal. So actually, I was wearing this today to a court hearing I had this morning, but it got a little warm, and I just took it off for a while. But in any event, I think we're all in this with the spirit of making sure that people understand, what we're trying to bring attention to. And I thank you both, and I thank you all. For drawing attention to this. You're right, in communities of color especially, these concerns are really suppressed, which is troubling. And I think the more we speak about it, the more we bring it out, I think we normalize the ability for people just to share their experiences, as unpleasant as they may be, because that's the only way we're able to address the underlying problem. So the only thing I would leave us with before we go on to the next item is, Madam City Manager, I know we have a family justice center, and maybe what we could do is we can make sure that the Justice Center reaches out to families and provides information and support specific to this, especially this month but really year round, just because I know that this is one of the items that people may seek some relief on. But since we do have a justice center that addresses different issues, and there isn't anything really specified, I think this should definitely be one of those, which it probably already covers, but maybe we do a little more in multi-language efforts like Spanish and Vietnamese, and we reach people and just let them know that there are materials and people that are available for their support. So I'm sure that'll be where no response needed. I see you nodding your head. So that was all I wanted to say on that.
Mayor, I'm sorry for interrupting. Before we proceed, Gabriela Gonzalez is on the line and she would like to share a few words.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Good evening. Buenas noches. My name is Gabriela Gonzalez, and I'm the Communications and Development Director for Casa de la Familia. We're a nonprofit founded by Dr. Nogales, as you mentioned, that provides critical mental health services to children and families in Orange County. Our main office is based in Santa Ana, and this year we are celebrating 25 years of service to our community. I want to take this time to thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa, and Councilmember Fan for the presentation of this proclamation recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in the city of Santa Ana, and thereby joining the county and at least 10 other cities in Orange County, maybe more, in doing so. I think this year we're really creating history. This pandemic, as you mentioned, and thank you so much, Councilmember Fan and Peñalosa for bringing this up, but the pandemic has pushed survivors of sexual assault further into the shadows, especially women and girls. Our statistics show that 9 out of 10 victims of rape are women, and more than half have suffered sexual violence by an intimate partner. So here at Casa de la Familia, of the survivors we served last year, 74% were women and girls, and almost 50% were children between the ages of 5 and 10. Unfortunately, sexual assault remains dramatically underreported. As you said, Council Member Fan, with only 1 of 4 cases reported. I talked to Commander Brown last year. We have a new commander at the Family Justice Center, but he also has these same concerns that we have. I can't imagine how many unidentified survivors there are out there. They need our help. Therefore, Casa de la Familia strongly supports proclaiming April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and all efforts to reach unidentified survivors and increase access to services. We invite the community of Santa Ana to join us this month on our social media accounts. We're hosting awareness activities in Spanish and English. And for more information, you can call 877-611-CASA or 877-611-2272. Thank you so much, Mayor Sarmiento and council members.
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you all for everything that you all do there. Please give our best to Dr. Ana. We're big fans, I know. So we appreciate you joining us and sharing those thoughts and words with us. Moving along to item number 4, I believe we're going to see a video that is presented by Council Member Becerra to Toyama Karate Do for their 30-year anniversary. So, Council Member, I'll let you kick it off.
I think we have a video queued up. Just looking forward to that playing.
She and Rodolfo Casales, his wife Araceli, and their son Sensei Jerry Casales are celebrating the 30-year anniversary of Toyama Karate. Together, they've helped to make this business successful and thrive in our community. Toyama's motto is changing lives through martial arts. Toyama Karate Do USA started offering martial arts here in Santa Ana back on March 16, 1991, right in the Jerome Community Center. It was part of the Parks and Rec Leisure Services program at that time. Over the years, the program was offered at the Logan Community Center, the Southwest Senior Center, Santa Ana Senior Center, and the Santa Anita Community Center. In 1995, Toyama opened its first karate studio as a business here in Santa Ana with over 100 black belt graduates. And now in 2021, with over 350 black belts. In 2001, Toyama was given the opportunity to provide a karate after-school program for the students in Santa Ana Unified to teach them character development, goal setting, discipline to influence positive academic achievement. This program was formerly known as Youth Developing Self-Discipline Through Martial Arts, which is now known as Sidekicks for Life, a youth mentorship program, and has served over 34,700 students here in Santa Ana since 2001. All this has been made possible because of the vision, loyalty, and commitment of Shihan Rodolfo Cazales, who, as a member of Toyama International, and who took the initiative to expand to the United States and establish Toyama USA back in 1991. Toyama USA is now one of the top 100 martial arts schools here in the country. Toyama has participated for 30 years as community partners, volunteers, and providers of services to the youth and families of the city of Santa Ana through such programs as the Santa Ana Relay for Life, Santa Ana Fiestas Patrias, Santa Ana Public Library Kids Day, Santa Ana Youth Expo, and many other Santa Ana civic events. So today it is my honor, on behalf of the city of Santa Ana, to congratulate Toyama Karate Do USA on their 30-year anniversary and thank them for making a positive impact in the lives of the youth here in our city.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, City of Santa Ana, Mayor, council members, in special council member Frio Becerra, because this organization is for everybody. And also, in behalf of Toyama, Santa Ana, my family, my students and parents, I want to say thank you so much. Domo arigato.
Would you like to say anything?
Okay. My name is Araceli Casales. I'm very happy that my husband and also my son are recognized for all the community service that we provide to the city of Santa Ana, and we will continue with the same mission, to support the community, support the city, and we are here. And thank you, Phil Becerra, for doing this for Toyama Karate Do, the parents and kids who represent this great organization. Thank you very much.
Jerry?
Yes, sir. So first of all, thank you to the city of Santa Ana, especially to Councilmember Phil Becerra for honoring my parents. They're great leaders in this community. Being raised in the family that we were raised, it was always about helping the community, whether it was just to serve as a volunteer or to give them our time doing what we do, which is martial arts. We're very happy and honored to be part of the growth of the youth in this community. 34,700 kids seems like a big number, but it's been a blessing to be able to impact the entire community, families, and to be able to be partners with the city of Santa Ana. We're definitely looking forward to another 30 years, and I definitely want to congratulate my parents for doing a great job and being role models, not just to myself, but to a lot of families out there, to get their kids involved, to stay away from all the bad habits, bad things. So definitely thank you very much to the city of Santa Ana for allowing us to make this impact with the community and through our programs, and looking forward again, like I said, to a couple more years, and we're here to continue to serve. Thank you very much for this great honor. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becerra. Congratulations to Toyama for 30 years. Hopefully we have another 30 years from them as well, providing great work to the community. And you guys wearing teal inspired me, so I put this tie on just for you. I'm dressing up for you guys and doing something positive. And as Councilmember Fan said, we'll be posting that photograph soon. Moving along to the last item on the presentation, I'm going to call on Councilmember Mendoza to recognize Alan Gersten from Santa Ana Unified as with the Teacher of the Year Award and his outstanding contributions to the community. So Councilmember Mendoza, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I am honored to present this certificate of recognition to a fellow teacher of the Santa Ana Unified School District. A 30-year teacher and former Golden Bell Award recipient, Mr. Alan Gersten, was recently selected as the 2021 CACTE Teacher of the Year. That's the California Career Technical Education Teacher of the Year, a very high honor. He currently serves as the Business Technology Department Chair and Program Director of the Business Academy at Century High School in Santa Ana. Mr. Gersten prides himself in creating a fun, engaging, yet rigorous learning environment for his students. A few of the creative ideas that Alan has provided to his students is working with local businesses to provide mentors for students, providing valuable opportunities to get the real-world experience by posting job boards for his students and immersing his students in personal finance through tools such as virtual biweekly paychecks. Alan also runs a blog and a website for teachers with a volume of resources that are used by teachers and students across the nation. He is thinking about starting a podcast to share best practices for business teachers. His students compete in local, state, regional, and national competitions and has won over 350 awards over the last 5 years, and his competitive teams rank regularly in the top 100 schools nationally for the business. We would like to thank you, Alan, for the significant impact you have had on our lives of the young people in our schools and in our communities. Your contributions to educate are truly inspiring. Thank you for all the work you do and keep on doing what you do. And if Mr. Gersten is available, I'd like to give him a moment to say a few words, or his boss, maybe Don Isbell, or the chancellor maybe even be listening in. It looks like we have a video here.
Councilmember Mendoza, I do not see anyone listed of the names you indicated.
Is the district's chancellor on the line?
And we do not have a video as well.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Very good. Well, congratulations, Mr. Alan Gersten, and we look forward to another 30 years of incredible work with our students.
Thank you, Council Member, and I'm sure Mr. Gersten is very glad to receive this from you and from the entire council, and congratulations to him for his great work. So moving along to the next section of the calendar, which is the staff presentation, and we only have one this evening. I'm going to turn it over to the city manager to give us an update on the COVID-19 status here in the community.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I do have a brief presentation to update you on the latest COVID efforts. As the mayor mentioned earlier, we did learn from the governor's office just today that the state intends to fully reopen by June 15th. And with that, the governor has made this determination using COVID-19 public health data, particularly vaccine availability and distribution. So it is a move away from the county's specific 4-tier blueprint for a safer economy system. And the city of Santa Ana will work closely with our state level partners to quickly access and share more information about the reopening as it becomes available. As we wait for the June 15th opening, we are in the orange tier, which is important for a lot of our businesses. As going into the orange tier, it's the second least restrictive tier on the state's blueprint. And that means more of our local businesses and activities are allowed to either to expand capacity or to resume operations. We do want to reopen safely, so we are encourage everyone to continue wearing a mask and get vaccinated when it's your turn so we can all get back to normal. On the slide, you will see some of the examples of what the changes are when we entered the orange tier. And basically, it did increase capacity for a lot of our businesses. And then for the first time, it did open up churches, movie theaters, museums, zoos, and aquariums up to 50%. So talking about vaccinations, getting vaccines to our most vulnerable residents is a priority that City Council, you directed us to achieve. And I want to call out a special thanks to Daisy Perez from the City Manager's Office. She has been working tirelessly in collaborating with a number of different organizations to make sure that we have vaccines available to those in our community that need it the most. Just the most recent efforts includes Santa Ana residents that are age 16 and older who live in the zip codes of 92701 and 92703. They can make their appointment and receive a vaccine now. This is in advance of other individuals in the county that are 16 and older. Their opening won't start until April 15. So we are excited that we're able to accommodate this. And to make appointments, we also are providing a lot of assistance to our Santa Ana residents. They don't have to try to do an online app to set up that appointment. We actually can assist them and walk them through that. So for our Santa Ana residents, you can call, you can text, or you can email, and we will walk you through in order to get that appointment scheduled for you. So on this slide, I do want to just read out loud the number that you can call to make an appointment. It's area code 714-667-2273. Now, talking about assistance, there still is a lot of financial assistance that is available. And I know at the last council meeting, we talked about the $143 million in federal stimulus money that was approved that we will be receiving as direct funding. We don't have guidance on how these funds can be spent yet. However, we are already planning to invest those dollars in our community. With this, we hope to launch Revive Santa Ana, a comprehensive pandemic recovery program. We also soon will be rolling out a community survey to seek the community's input on how these dollars can best be spent. We have already introduced it at the City Council meeting as well as at one of our community meetings, and we will continue to do that so that we can engage the community to answer questions regarding the federal stimulus as well as to get some valuable feedback on what our residents are seeking. One of the questions came up in one of our community meetings was on funeral assistance. And with one individual in the community asking that question, it certainly did remind us that the COVID-19 pandemic has brought overwhelming grief to many of our families, and there might be others who need assistance in this area. So while additional guidance is being finalized, but there will be funeral assistance available from FEMA to potential applicants and community partners as soon as possible. So in the meantime, the individuals who have needs for funeral expenses are encouraged to keep and gather documentation, and we will certainly provide more information as the details come out. There is a phone number indicated on the slide if anyone has direct questions to FEMA. Business loans just starting today. This U.S. Small Business Assistance is raising the loan limits for COVID-19 Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program up to 24 months with a maximum loan amount of $500,000. And this will be a great help for businesses in our community. And for more information on that type of a loan, it's best to just visit the SBA website, which is www.sba.gov. Additional funding for shuttered venue operators. And some of the businesses most hurt by the pandemic have been event-type venues, which have been closed for a significantly long period of time. And now SBA has a new grant program to assist the shuttered venue operators, and it will start taking applications in just a couple days on April 8th. And for information on that, it is best to visit the SBA website as well. So those are my updates for this time, and I look forward to presenting more information. And overall, I'm very excited that we have been able to be successful with getting the vaccination rates up in our community. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam City Manager. So yeah, exciting day. I want to see if anybody on the council has any comments. I know I have a few thoughts. Council members, any questions or comments? All right, don't all jump out at once, but I don't see anything and I don't hear anything. So if I bypass you, if there's something you want to say, please feel free to jump in. Just a couple of thoughts. I know when the governor was here, when he did his press conference here in Santa Ana and spoke about April 1st, relaxing the ability for people 50 and over to get the vaccine. And then after April 15th, everybody 16 and over. He had talked about something called the green tier, and I didn't know what that was, right? But this is what his prelude to that was, is that once he saw that the Healthy Place Index, which is an index, basically an equity index for those hard-hit, hard-impacted communities where there was a disproportionately high rate of COVID. Once those hit a certain threshold, which they did, and which they seem to be trending in a much better direction, he was going to go to this green tier, which is a relaxation. I think it's a relaxation. I don't think it's an abandonment. I think there still is going to be masks that are going to be required of us to use. And I think there's still going to be healthy, protocols or safe protocols that are still going to remain in place. But I think this gives an opportunity for our economy to open up to a degree that I think is important. And we see that in many school districts throughout the state. I'm really encouraged to hear that Santa Ana Unified, as well as others, some of them are opening up now and very soon. Santa Ana Unified is going to be opening up in summer, which is very encouraging, because I think that all we want is to make sure that what we just spoke about earlier in the presentations, the anxiety, the depression levels, the difficulty that families and children are experiencing during this time, I think for those children to revisit their classmates and their teachers and their counselors and just their normal environment, even during the summer, and if it can be as robust as possible, that is really going to be a great transition to the fall, because this disparity in learning has really, really increased over this past year. So I'm really encouraged about that. I just want to give a quick shout out to our newest supervisor over at the county, Katrina Foley, because when this was all rolling out, there was a real difficulty with people logging on to the Athena app, and there wasn't even any way for those living in zip codes 92701 and 92703 to bypass and go in as somebody under 65. She and her staff, as soon as she took a call with us, she and her staff got busy, spoke with the HCA and Dr. Chow, and got that fixed. She was able to communicate information to the nonprofit partners to allow them to assist many residents in Santa Ana in those two zip codes to be able to log on quickly. So big props to her. I think she's a game changer at the county. She is somebody who understands this. As a former mayor, she's a former executive who had to deal with this in her own community and continues to do so as a supervisor. So I really want to thank her, as well as our staff. I came in last Friday, on Good Friday, and I saw staff members there working very hard, just trying to connect our residents to appointments, which kind of brings up something that I'm a little concerned with, is that I heard that appointments for our two impacted zip codes were already exhausted and were already filled. And, unfortunately, there were only appointments available through Thursday of this week, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because what we want to do is use this opportunity before April 15th, before everybody in the county becomes eligible, to really make a dent and reduce the number of people who haven't received vaccines in these two HPI zip codes. So if we can, maybe staff reach out to Supervisor Foley's office once again. I think she will be very receptive to help us see how we can open up some appointments beyond Thursday. I know that they go out only 2 or 3 days in advance, but that really does make it difficult, because from what I understand, we did a text message outreach to those zip codes, and we got a huge response, right? We had about 400 waiting to get appointments, which is a great thing. But it's a great problem to have, but it's also a problem that we can't get them appointments. And our staff has been so effective and efficient on our hotline. I really want to compliment them, because they've been able to assist and provide relief wherever they could. Even if those sites at Santa Ana College were taken, they'd move them to, or find spaces for them at the Latino Health Access sites. And it's been just this incredible effort. So I really want to take this moment to applaud them. And so this hotline has been so effective that I don't know if we can keep it going for assistance to businesses, for assistance to tenants who need access to that rental assistance, but maybe there's a way we can roll this once we get a handle on these vaccines, we know that people are still going to be seeking relief through the rescue plan or business grants or rental assistance. And maybe we found a great tool to use for our residents to be able to access relief and support. So, again, big props to the governor, obviously, for helping us get to this point and for designating 40% of the vaccine to these HPI zip codes. So with that, I just, want to say this is a very hopeful day. I see that things are improving. I see that things are trending in the right direction. That doesn't mean mission accomplished. It's over. Let's go ahead and, begin the roaring 20s of the 2020 era or the 2021 era. That's not where we're at. And I don't think that's what people are saying. We just see that we can now begin to see hope on the horizon. So anyways, let me go ahead and turn it over to somebody's hands raised, Councilmember Fan.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Just a very brief comment. And of course, as soon as you were starting your comments, I remember what I was going to say. City Manager, I just wanted to ask you really quickly. So right now, the counties, the various vaccines, it seems like most of them have been Pfizer or Moderna.
That's correct. However, we are doing a partnership that will be a Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Perfect. And I wanted to ask, because I really wanted to bring this issue up. There's a lot of misinformation that's out there regarding the efficacy of these vaccines. And I wanted to reiterate that the CDC, the FDA, and every public health official has said, all three vaccines are 100% effective in preventing hospitalizations and death. That is really what we are trying to do here, prevent people from being hospitalized on ventilators and dying. I would also like to share that I actually was very lucky, got one of those trash or arm type of doses and got my second shot today. So if you see me doing this, it's because I'm trying to prevent my arm from hurting too much. But my family who lives in 3 different states, we have family members who've had Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson. If this was not safe, I would not be okay with my family getting it. So I really hope that all of you out there sign your family up as soon as there's an appointment. The best vaccine is the one that you can get into your arm. So please don't hesitate. Get vaccinated. We're all in this together, and we can only reach herd immunity and start hugging each other, start traveling, start being in school when we get to that point, but we cannot do it if there's vaccine hesitancy. So I just wanted to reiterate that fact. Thank you.
Excellent message. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. On that note, seeing no other comments or questions from the council, let's move along to the next item. And Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. We do have some reportable action this evening. On the first item that we discussed in closed session, it was a claim from Allstate Insurance for recovery of $98,384 in relation to a damaged vehicle. The settlement was approved unanimously by the City Council with the mayor absent, and that's all the reportable action I have.
Great. Thank you for that, Madam City Attorney. Moving along to the public comment section of the agenda, let me go ahead and just say this is the time and place for the meeting of the City Council to receive comments from the members of the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into any discussion, so this isn't a dialogue, but the public comment line is now closed, but it's been open since 4:30. So, Madam Clerk, let me go ahead and turn it over to you to see if there's anybody in the queue wishing to address the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. There are speakers ready to provide their comments. To request to speak again, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom. Please do not call or Zoom to only listen to the meeting. Before muting the calls, I'd like to begin by reporting the following summary of emails provided as of today. We did receive non-agenda comments. 1, Santa Ana Creek Greenway Alliance comments on the general plan update related to Santiago Creek. 1 Santa Ana resident comment on speed automate camera system. 5 non-Santa Ana residents requested to pass the climate emergency resolution. One Santa Ana resident commented on the public safety posts on Nextdoor app. One residency not disclosed comment on communication and spending for TCA toll roads. One Sierra Club information on organic waste reduction campaigns. And on item 21, the Kennedy Commission, they're in support of the item. And with that, again, those who would like to make a comment, please select raise hand on your Zoom feature. Caller with the last three numbers, 477. Please select the microphone icon or the unmute feature on your device. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Dale Helvig, Ward 3. First off, I'd like to say thank you to the Parks and Recs Committee for item number 16 on getting the vast amount of money needed to implement the Lincoln Avenue pedestrian pathway from Park Lane to Santiago Creek. I hope the project goes well, and I hope it solves more problems that it creates. So again, my thanks for that. The other item I'd like to talk about is item number 22, the Illumination Foundation lease or whatever. I'm kind of puzzled on that in a couple respects, and the fact that we were able, or the city was able to build the link in 28 days, and it looks like we're allotting almost 5 months, if not more, to get the Carnegie Navigation Center up and running, which is going to cost us $230,000 per month to rent the facility up in Fullerton. I don't know why it's going to take so long to get that in place, and it's kind of disturbing that we'd be spending that kind of money versus taking that money and expediting the building of the Carnegie Navigation Center. The other thing is, I didn't see anything that addressed an exit clause in the event that we are able to get Carnegie Navigation Center completed before the September 30th deadline. Are we still going to be on the hook to pay through September 30th? It's not addressed in anything that I read, so hopefully we can stick something like that in because we should protect ourselves in the event that we're very efficient in getting the Navigation Center up and running. The last thing I'd like to talk about is the 2525 demolition. As you know, the demo permit was granted. They started demo work on Monday, but it took over an hour of flight time for the helicopter to circle the property, evacuate the building. Police cars were there most of the day, and then we had the fire that night. Which caused 32 fire engines to be dispatched to address the problems. I think it's almost criminal that we let property deteriorate to the point where we have to have city resources expended to this degree. And I'm wondering how many other properties in Santa Ana we're letting go for, you know, multiple abatement issue problems before we actually step in. There ought to be some type of progressive disciplinary action on these property owners and not allow them to languish for years before it becomes a problem. I hope that the city can recoup some of that money that they spent, because not only did they spend money on Monday, the police again were out today because the property owner failed to secure the construction zone for demolition, and people are coming in and out of the property. I walked by and saw people exiting the property today, exiting the building while demolition was still going on. So evidently they're not evacuating the building before people they start work. So hopefully that gets remedied fast before someone gets injured. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last three numbers 010, please dial *6 to unmute your call or select the microphone icon on your device. Caller with the last three numbers 010, please dial *6 to unmute your call or select the microphone icon on your device.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, good afternoon or good evening, Council. Vince, I hope you can give, this is Victor Mendez. I hope you just give me a little discretion here because there's some really important points that were discussed on the COVID scheduling and vaccination, and I've gotten a lot of information just coincidentally on it, and I hope this helps in your discussions going forward. It is a matter of broader public interest that I provide this information. For one thing, you could register if you were under 65 at any time. The issue was that you were put in queue. What Christina was, I was able to do that. What Christina was able to do was allow you to update your profile so you didn't have to wait for the queue. And once your profile was updated to meet eligibility, you would be redirected or get an email to schedule your appointment. This is what I did. And within 5 minutes of updating my profile, I got scheduled, and there's tons of availability with respect to the super sites. The individual locations are very difficult to find. As soon as spots become available, they get filled. What this really means is that the city, if they really want to push this date and be successful, is really drive Osina. It's really simple. It's easy to do. And yes, people 16 and older, irrespective of current eligibility, can register. The trouble is right now is they'll put in queue. And if you're in queue, you have to wait for Athena to respond. I would recommend, frankly, wait until the 15th and just make a mass effort to get everyone on board on that day and soon thereafter, so they're immediately eligible and they don't get caught up in the queue. So once they're eligible, Osina recognizes it, and then we'll start allowing them to schedule. But frankly, these super sites have been very, very easy to get into and have tons of availability. So please take this from the standpoint of someone's experience and someone who's kind of observed some social media posts on other experiences. This is a good process that we need to take advantage of and use it right. Along that way, there's signage out there from the Santa Ana Police Department on Main that talks about vaccination for 65 and older. It's completely outdated, but that's a way you can maybe get this message out, to use those mobile signs electronically and just get them all over the city to start getting this vaccination up and running. The benchmark for vaccine to ensure you're recovered is 80%. So I don't know where the city stands at that time, and that information is certainly not available or not visible to me. But please look at Osina as a great tool to get this thing done, and we can move forward a lot better with as many vaccinations by that July 2nd deadline or timeline we're looking at. But the individual providers, like I said, are difficult to access because as soon as they open up, they get filled very quickly. A quick mention here, though, the city manager mentioned things that she mentioned things twice. She said it's open to 16 and over now. But however, it is not 16 and over now. You have to have a medical condition now to be eligible. On the 15th, you'll be anyone 16 and over can get registered in Athena. But right now, if you register, you'll simply go into a queue, and that may not be all that effective. So I hope this helps out. Some very brief remarks on the COVID recovery. The only thing I can say on this money, I really hope it gets targeted to our preschool children who are really, really suffered through this epidemic. What? Vince, can I have another minute here? Vince, can I have another minute here?
Just wrap up, Victor. It's we got a lot of people in the queue. Go ahead and just wrap up.
Okay. Yeah. So that's fine. I understand. Thank you, Vince. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID, Manny Escamilla. If you would please select the microphone icon on your Zoom device.
Hey, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Hello, everyone, Mayor and Council. Just a quick comment, totally in support of item 14. So I'm really glad that we're adding some additional book capacity over at the Police Activity League Center, which for a lot of us, we used to know as the McFadden Library. So I'm glad that books are kind of going back into that center. But I do wish that, with everything kind of going on when we're talking about strategic reinvestments into hard-hit communities, opportunities, that we do take a look at the McFadden site as a potential location to bring back a library. This is not to say that, against the Police Activity League. I just think that we might be able to move it over to the old fire station along South Broadway. I believe there's some extra space there that's not currently being utilized, so it might be a better utilization of space. We can actually even probably expand the amount of folks that can make it over to the Police Activity League activities, while at the same time reinvesting in bringing back a library into the central core of the city. So I do hope that we take some time to consider that as the budget moves forward. And there's some additional opportunities for reinvestment into early literacy. I myself was someone who attended that library just about every day after school, so it does hold a special nostalgic place, I'll admit, in my heart. But it did help in kind of impact the direction of my life. So I do think that that would be a worthwhile investment as we move forward. And everything just kind of with COVID going on, I do think that we probably are maybe at the point where we're realizing the scale and kind of being able to breathe a little bit to reflect on the sheer calamity that's occurred, the number of people that we've lost in our community. I myself lost 2 relatives. And, it's been hard to just sit back and have time to mourn those losses. So I do hope that as we move forward, we set aside some time to discuss maybe a memorial, some form of public remembrance, and something that lets us as a community kind of heal through this tragedy that we've all lived through. So with that, I wish you all well and all the best, and hope that you all wrap up pretty early, or at least early compared to some of those 2 a.m. meetings that you all have. All right, that's it.
Thank you. Zoom ID Jeffrey Katz, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The fire 2525 was not the only fire that hit Ward 3 this week. There was a fire in Santa Ana Triangle at a transitional home for violent felons who are now on parole. And this is a particular site that I brought to the attention to the council. And it was a matter it was an agenda item introduced back in December by council members Penaloza and Nelly Mendoza. And I asked for you guys to take the time to revisit that and take action above and beyond what was considered back then 4 months ago, which was simply a census. As of now, the situation in Costa Mesa, where their ordinance has been challenged, they prevailed at the Ninth Circuit in 2020, where a denial of an injunction brought by a sober living facility was affirmed by the Ninth Circuit. Jennifer Keller won her trial. That's up on appeal, where Buckhalter is now representing Costa Mesa. And Costa Mesa has also won 5 out of 6. I should say there are 5 motions for summary judgment that they prevailed upon this year. And in speaking with the attorney who represented the city, Costa Mesa, on those motions, Seymour Everett, he has told me that the city has seen a remarkable reduction in the number of these sorts of facilities, which quite honestly is for the benefit of the neighbors and for the benefit of the people who need to utilize these sober living facilities, because they were not being run well at all. So I urge the city not to wait any longer. I think the writing is on the wall. They have not lost a single case yet, and we don't need to wait for one more appeal to be ruled upon. If an ordinance is being effective in Costa Mesa, it means one thing to me. It means that these people, these business owners that are setting up these irresponsible sober living facilities, are turning to cities like Santa Ana, where there are no regulations, where we do not have a department overseeing these sorts of institutions. So I urge you, the simplest thing to do is just to adopt the Costa Mesa ordinance, which has already been proven to be constitutional. And please protect. Santa Ana Triangle is a very, very small neighborhood. Spurgeon is already recognized by our gang task force as a Logan Street epicenter. And now you have Bush, which has this transitional living facility. The quality of life there is suffering dramatically. We can't wait for census anymore. Please, please take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Noname. Please select the microphone icon on your device or unmute.
Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Excellent. I now only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and put my timer because I'm going to want to speak in English and in Spanish. So first and foremost, I want to thank everyone that is a city council member because you have a heavy burden on your shoulders, especially at this time in this situation that we're in, not only as a city, as a county, as a state, and as a country. And it's come to my attention that the city has essentially received $143 million from the federal government. And my situation is, I think it's disingenuous for people to say, or for politicians to say, that $200 can help a family. A lot of us are essentially backlayed on rent for 8 months. $200 is a portion of what the rent is. And what I want to bring attention to the city council members is that you guys have an amazing opportunity to leave a legacy for yourselves, for the city, and for the country. With that being said, I would like for you guys to consider where this country is going and to take an economic position and invest in the city, not by giving us $200, because it's hypocritical to say that that will help us. I can't even take 8 of you out to lunch to McDonald's with $200. That is a fact. You guys have the opportunity to invest in something greater than all of us, which the future leads to the point of electronic panels, solar panels. I am tired of buying things that are made in China. I want things made in the US of A. This city has hardworking, honest people with a lot of integrity who's willing to put sweat behind good morals. And for people to say that $200 is going to go ahead and help us, as opposed to investing it in a business that can go ahead and manufacture solar panels and will not only feed us for today, but will feed us for the rest of the future. We have a great opportunity, an amazing opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity, where we can literally, Santa Ana could be Santa Ana, the Sunshine City, where Santa Ana can be the #1 city in California, where we can literally go ahead and start manufacturing solar panels. We can bring good, hardworking, blue-collar jobs back to the city, because we need jobs. That's what we need. We don't need a handout. We need a hand up. And you guys are sitting there in, dare I say, in a hypocritical fashion when you guys probably spent $200 in your dry cleaning bill. And they have the audacity to say that that's going to help us. While you guys have the power, not only the power, but you guys have the money to invest in the city.
Your time is up.
And you can go ahead and you can work out a great business deal where that same manufacturer.
Zoom ID Paul Lujan, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device or select unmute. Zoom ID Paul Lujan.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. Yes, you may proceed with your comment.
Oh, good evening, all council members. And thank you, very ceremonial, to give me this time to talk. I live in Park Santiago, and I live on Lincoln Street, where they're going to have the Lincoln Pathway Project. I totally do not like this project. 1.5 million for this project is a bad investment. And we have about 60 people have signatures that are totally against it also. Just today, because of the fire and the demolition of 2525 building, we already having homeless people on Lincoln Street. Living in Santa Ana is very beautiful. It's a very beautiful city. And I just wanted to, tell you, Mayor Ceremonial, and direct this to Dale. Dale, you are not the speaker of Park Santiago because you didn't even come to us and tell us what you were doing with the Lincoln Pathway Project. And you've been to our meetings and seen 60 people at Van Dolores' house. You've been there to our meeting. You know what was going on. How could you be a speaker of Park Santiago and not even come to us? You have my phone number. You know where we live. So that's, I want to end there, but we are going to, all the 60 people, and we're going to have more now, we are going to stop this project, because it's a beautiful Lincoln Street, and Park Santiago is beautiful, and we want to keep it that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Zoom ID Irvin M. If you would please select the microphone icon or unmute from your device. Thank you.
Yes, am I on?
Yes, you're on. You may proceed with your comment. Thank you.
Okay. I guess I'll keep it short and sweet. First of all, of course, thank you for taking the time to listen to this. I'm sure we all have our busy schedules. I myself do have a day job. I guess my comment is actually more of a general state of affairs. The goings on in Santa Ana. And I've actually just wanted to air out a disappointment that I actually personally had. I was actually communicating with Councilman Becerra. I'm a Ward 4, by the way. And I was communicating to him, basically asking him in Memorial Park, simply soliciting either from the mayor or anybody in the the city in general, just to simply take a tour of this neighborhood. I know yesterday I also jumped onto the environmental justice panel. I did give a quick summary. But yeah, it's basically my concern is to add on to, I guess the concern right now is also the homelessness issue, which unfortunately Memorial Park does seem to suffer, especially the stretch from Warner Street on Main all the way up to, I'd say, McFadden over by Lathrop. We do seem to have that problem going, and I believe that's simply because of the concentration of when the National Guard Armory used to be used as a temporary shelter. I don't know what rearranging took place during COVID, but basically I'm concerned about the trash. I know we're concerned about the air quality and whatnot, but also I'm very concerned about, when I take walks in the afternoon, I actually do take a garbage bag with me and some safety gloves just to do simple pickup. And, sometimes you do find things, like drugs or other random paraphernalia. And it's, I'm concerned about the lack of people picking up trash at the park. I mean, I see children over here. I mean, I've grown up in the city all 32 years of my life, and I'm actually rather disappointed at how horrible this situation's gotten. And we also do want to have some sort of solutions. So, yeah, I mean, if Councilman Becerra, I'm going to ask this in the best of faith, if you mind hosting some sort of get together when we're doing vaccine distributions or what have you, and just so we can, I'm almost finished. Just so we can have a sort of get together, something just to air out our beliefs, obviously social distance and whatnot. I guess that would be it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Zoom ID Tim Johnson. Zoom ID Tim Johnson, if you would please select the microphone icon or unmute from your device. Zoom ID Tim Johnson, if you would please select the microphone icon or unmute from your device. Okay, Mayor, it looks like that's all the speakers we have that wanted to speak.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. If we can go ahead and move on to the next portion of the meeting. I believe we are now on the consent calendar portion of the meeting. So I'll ask any council members if they'd wish to abstain from any items or pull any items off the consent calendar, and I'll turn it over to Councilmember Fan to begin.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to abstain from, oh shoot, I lost the number, from item number 23 regarding Orange County United Way. My employer, Rattan and Tucker, represents, United Way is a client of my firm. I don't work with them at all, but I am recusing myself from that item. Secondly, I would also like to pull item 21, the Habitat for Humanity of Orange County item. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Fan. I believe Councilmember Lopez was next.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Can I pull item 16, please?
Yes. Followed by, I believe, was that it, Councilmember Lopez? Great. I'm not sure who came in which order, but go ahead, Councilmember Becerra, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to also pull item 16.
Great, thank you for that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull items 13 and items 19, please.
Great. Any other members of the council wishing to pull or abstain any item on any items on the consent calendar? Seeing none and hearing none, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for the balance of the consent calendar for those items that weren't pulled or weren't abstained from.
So moved.
Second.
Great. We have a motion by Councilmember Becerra, a second by Mendoza. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes. Great. So let's go to the first item that was pulled, I believe, by Mayor Pro Tem. That's item number 13.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I pulled item number 13, which is to approve an appropriation adjustment for capital improvement program and award construction contract to Big Bang Inc. For the Baker Glenwood sewer main upgrade. I just simply had some questions for staff. Madam City Manager, did you want to answer? Or did you want the Public Works Director to answer?
I will have Executive Director Saba answer your questions, and he is available right now.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Good afternoon, Executive Director Saba. How you doing?
Doing good. Thank you.
Awesome. Good. Thanks. Basically, the questions I had for this, and I didn't see it in the staff report, was construction timeline approximate project construction start date? How long will this take for this area or this project? I'm sorry.
It's typically a year to 18 months, and that's the time frame for this one from the time we award.
So when do we expect construction to start on this?
Usually, I would say within a month to 45 days, 30 to 45 days, we would start construction. But prior to construction, we have what we call plan review, but also there's submittals. The contractor submits to us for approval the type of materials he's using, the valves, the pipe, and all that is ahead of the construction. And then once we approve all the submittals, then construction starts.
Okay.
30 to 45 days.
So let's say 2 months, and then the project timeline for this will be about 18 months, you said?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because along Baker, between St. Andrew and Annahurst, there is a severe traffic issues, which we've discussed previously, due to the modern day parking structure, exit and entrance. And I want to make sure that we're communicating with Modern Day High School over any and the neighborhood over any disruptance in that on Baker Street. I live just about 3 streets north of where this is going to happen, so I know that there will be a lot of traffic issues while this is going on. So what have you guys done any outreach to that neighborhood and Modern Day in particular to see how they could divert their drop-offs and pickups?
No, we haven't, but we will. And once the contractor submits traffic plans for us, we'll review those, and upon the approval, we'll meet with the neighborhood association and, in this case, the school to coordinate and make sure that traffic is not disrupted, and we continue a flow of traffic at all times.
Okay, because Baker's a very narrow street in that area. It's only 2 lanes. So is it going to be a thing where all of Baker is completely shut down for a period of time, or is it just one side?
It will be, we will always provide with 1 lane of traffic at all times, and only during construction. At the end of the day, traffic would resume by plating back the trench, and the next day we would pick up again and do the construction, but we'd always maintain 1 lane of traffic at all times, with access to all driveways and access to the schools and everything else in that.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Executive Director Saba. And one final question, and this is in regards to awarding this. I have no issue with Big Ben Inc., which is a contractor, but per the staff report, I read that there were approximately 17 Santa Ana-based vendors that this was sent out to, but 0 of the Santa Ana contractors submitted a bid. And I know we've had this conversation numerous times. I've brought it up a number of times. I know my colleagues have. Do we know why none of these Santa Ana contractors bid for this, Director Saba?
I don't have an explanation at this time, but I will connect with staff and see why we did not get any bids from a Santa Ana contractor. Don't know why.
Okay, we're going to have to eventually have a conversation in regards to this. I know some of my colleagues have more further questions and about Santa Ana contractors, and us not awarding or them not submitting bids, which is problematic. But I will let my colleagues dive into that later on. But thank you for that, Director Saba. And with that, if none of my colleagues have any comments, I will make a motion to approve the item.
I'll second that.
Great, thank you. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa, a second by Becerra. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Becerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Fan,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa,
Yes.
and Mayor Sarmiento.
Yes. Thank you. Moving along to item number 16, which I believe was pulled by Council members Lopez and Becerra, and I believe this is the budget allocation for an award of a construction contract to Wright Construction in the amount of $1,099,000 for the Lincoln Avenue pedestrian pathway from Park Lane to Santiago Creek. So I believe it was Councilmember Lopez that pulled it first, and then it was Becerra after that. So I'll turn it over to you, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, I just had a couple questions, and if you'd like me to direct them to Director Saba, you can do that.
If you'd like, Councilmember, I know he has a brief presentation on this item. Would you like to see that first, or go ahead with your questions?
Yeah, my question was gonna be there's been a couple of concerns from the residents in the immediate area, and so I wanted those were gonna be my questions, but I think that if Director Saba does the presentation, they may address my concerns.
We'll do that first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you see my presentation? No.
Yes.
Good evening. This is Nabil Saba, Director of Public Works, City of Santa Ana. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. Lincoln Avenue pedestrian pathway is a project that we has been in the planning for a few years now. And I have a presentation for you on that. We will discuss a project information, timeline, area, and project maps, security enhancement, project elements, and also the next steps. Project information, the project will re-establish the ability for pedestrians to cross the Metrolink railroad tracks at Lincoln Avenue and Fairhaven Avenue. The project is funded mainly by Active Transportation Fund. In 2012, the California PUC, Public Utilities Commission, completed the closure of the railroad crossing at the intersection of Lincoln and Fairhaven Avenue. Staff sought to re-establish the pedestrian crossing and held 4 community meetings to gather input and information to implement the design. In 2018, staff completed the original design of the project. 4 community meetings were held in 2019. We met in June, July, August, November, and also again in November 14, Park Santiago Neighborhood Association was provided with a handout for their newsletter to share about the project. Based on the community's comments, the project was revised in the fall of 2019 to accommodate security and operating concerns. On December 3rd, 2019, City Council awarded this project for construction. Due to the added concerns with the landscaping plans, design projects was given a revision, and which included California native plant species planting. The contractor attempted to acquire railroad permits, but couldn't. The contractor also had difficulties with labor compliance. In fall 2020, it was mutually agreed upon to cancel the construction contract and rebid the project. The new contractor recommended for award, Wright Construction Engineering Corporation, has experience in railroad work and has secured permitting from Metrolink. Some of the security enhancement that is included in the project is a taller and more aesthetically pleasing 8-foot green screens with vine along the existing residential walls, extended and tall Metrolink fencing barrier, a new nighttime safety lights, lockable and more aesthetically pleasing gates to regulate access. In addition, park security will be unlocking 2 gates on a daily basis. This is a plan of where the project is approximately. The project starts in Park Lane and Lincoln. The green line is the pathway. It will end about where the walls of the residential neighbors will end, and which connects the path to an existing regional path and an existing path that takes us back to Fairhaven Avenue. Some of the project elements or the improvement is a new locked gates and taller fences, entry monument, colored concrete pavements, landscaping, DG or decomposed granite pathway, some planting, fencing, privacy wall with taller green screens. These 2 depiction is a cross section of how the pathway would look like. This is a trains 2 path, the wall, Metrolink wall, and then the screening wall here and the security lights throughout the project. The next steps is to award the contract, hopefully tonight. And then we would have we're planning a May 21st, a community outreach event prior to construction kickoff. And then we would go to construction from May to September 2021. And we're hoping to finish this project in the fall of 2021. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Director. I'm going to yield to Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. So I wanted to begin first by congratulating our staff for securing the Active Transportation Program grant, $1 million for this project. I mean, it's a great award, and it's funds that are outside the city's general fund that staff work to bring into the project. So with that, I wanted to congratulate you, Nabil, and your staff. A question, though, I had for you was, Wright Construction Engineering, the recommended contractor, are they compliant with the community workforce agreement?
They will be, yes.
Okay, and how will they comply?
The community workforce agreement requires that they employ local hire in a certain percentage and veterans. So we have a consultant that will be monitoring their hiring processes or practices to make sure that is complied with.
Okay, good. And then as far as the funds that we're talking about programming, so in the staff report, it talks about funds that were unspent from the Bristol Street Rehabilitation Project from 17th to Santa Clara. Now, that project, that doesn't involve the widening, does it? Because I would say that there's a lot more funds to be spent if we're still widening that area. So where are those funds specifically coming from as far as what was that project involved with?
The project that the money or the funds is coming from is the recent paving of Bristol from 17 to Santa Clara. We allocate what we call M2 fair share funds that come to us from OCTA through the Measure M2 projects. So at that project, we allocated more funds that we needed to complete it, and there was some funds left in the project after it's complete. So we are moving that money or those funds from that project to this project. And the fund that was not allocated for the widening of Bristol. The widening of Bristol will take about $37.8 million to accomplish, and it is not an approved project yet.
So yeah, so we're talking about 2 different things. So this project is not related to any widening then?
It's not related to any widening.
Okay. Another question in regards to, and Mayor Pro Tem brought this up on another item regarding, what we do in regards to bids and trying to attract Santa Ana-based vendors to bid on stuff. So looking at the staff report, utilizing Planet Bids, our website, we were able to reach 1,204 regional vendors. We got 52 vendors that requested bidding docs, and a total of 4 bids were received, but none of them were from any of the Santa Ana contractors. And so it's really not much of a question. It's more just something I want to express, and that is, I get it. We're all busy, and we're, especially our public works staff. Thankfully, they're busy because that means they're building stuff, they're improving our infrastructure. But at the same time, whether it's public works or any other department, it's really important. We sit up here on this dais or this virtual dais, and we talk about, trying to buy in Santa Ana, shop Santa Ana, really build up Santa Ana. And here we are, meeting after meeting, we're not approving contracts that involve our own local contractors. And so I would just ask, our staff, get out of City Hall, go out there, knock on some doors. I get it. Not every contractor is interested. Sometimes it's just a small dollar contract. They're not interested. But let's find out why we're not getting the interest from our Santa Ana contractors, because it's painful to see these bids come in. And when we read the staff reports, none of these folks are from Santa Ana. Sometimes they're not even from Orange County, but my concern is not the 33 other cities in Orange County, it's Santa Ana. So that's something I'm very concerned with. And the last thing I want to touch on is, in regards to this project, the pedestrian connectivity is very, very important. And I think for the folks east of the train tracks, this is a great project. And even for folks west of the tracks that, would, God forbid, would actually like to walk that other direction. But the concern I have, and I remember this project had originally come to the council a while back, and I expressed the same thing back then, which was having security features. And given the volatility of the Santiago Creek as of late with homeless activity and God knows what else, I have a significant concern for the folks that live over there that, here they were now where they don't have a open pathway. We're proposing to open it up, which I could see the value in it. But at the same time, I don't know that lighting is really going to solve that problem. I know in some of the other hotspots in the city, we've had security cameras and other tools that we've incorporated. I would feel much more comfortable if that was part of this project. I don't think lighting and, the lock gates, I think is a great addition, but I just have some hesitation approving this right now with just lighting as the security feature. I think that we've really got to look at what could be done to really give these adjacent residents some comfort and some security. So that's all my comments right now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. I believe I see Mayor Pro Tem's hand raised.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Thank you, Director Saba, for answering those questions, which is why I didn't really dive into too much detail about the Santa Ana vendor part of this, because I knew that similar concerns were going to be brought up. And I have to say that I agree when it comes to this. One of the things that, one of the things I remember when I first got on the council is we were purchasing vehicles, Chevy vehicles, and we awarded the purchase contract, or the staff was recommending awarding the purchase contract to a Chevy dealer in Folsom, California. And we were saving, I believe it was $66, if I remember, on the Chevy truck, which to me was, I'd personally pay those $66 so that we could use the dealership in Santa Ana. And, and we ended up awarding the contract to the Santa Ana dealership. But it's these things like this happen frequently when it comes to awarding contracts. We go with hundreds of very talented and capable companies and dealerships, if we're talking vehicles, that are Santa Ana businesses that never get these contracts. We're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars that we're giving to other cities in the state, and not necessarily keeping those dollars in Santa Ana as much as we would try. So I would hope that we work on that, we build on that, we not just with this item here, but with any contract that we're out there. You know, we Councilmember Becerra's right. We should be knocking on these businesses' doors and asking, hey, why didn't you put in this bid? Why did you ignore it? You know, there are many companies here that are capable, and I mean, I don't know why they're not submitting the bids. I mean, if we could offer some kind of program, or maybe they don't know how to fill out these bids, and maybe we could have areas where we could train them, or a class or something where we could a community forum where we could teach these companies how to put in a bid when these RFPs are out. Those are my comments. It's just kind of general, but it pertains to this item as well, because of the amount of Santa Ana contractors that did not just didn't get awarded, but did not bother submitting a bid. You know, are we finding out why they're not doing this? And if we are awarding a contract to a vendor that's not from Santa Ana based, what are we looking at if they're using Santa Ana vendors for their supplies and their community workforce agreements, if they're using our Santa Ana residents as their employees? I mean, I know that we're doing some of that, but if we could reach out to these contractors and say, okay, you're based out of Pomona, but we see that 50% of your supplies that you use are from Santa Ana, that's great. We're still keeping some dollars here. So that's it. Just wanted to double down on that, because it is important that we keep those dollars here. Thank you, Director Saba.
Yeah.
Thank you for those comments. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And, Councilmember Becerra, maybe you and I can work together to add an item on the next council session to develop a report on the increasing the number of businesses that bid on government contracts, since it's a concern that I know we both share. But in terms of staff recommendations, I'm gonna move to approve.
Great. There's a motion by Councilmember Lopez, a second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments or questions from the council? Seeing and hearing none, the only thing I was going to suggest is, as we look at these contracts that we go out and award, let's look at everything, right? Not just obviously that they're from Santa Ana. We all want them to be local businesses, because there's a multiplier effect that occurs when monies are awarded to local vendors. They employ and they spend money here in town and reciprocate the funds that they receive from us. Those are good practices. Let's look at a lot of other things. And I know we did this in the past. I know we had a policy where we'd look at some of the practices that they had with respect to labor violations and labor conditions. Were they offering living wages? Were they treating their employees well? Did they have benefits? But I think we can even go further. I think that we're a community of color, predominantly Latino, Asian, and we want to make sure that we look at firms that are minority owned as well, and women owned. If you look at the numbers, we have very few bidders that come from firms that are owned by women and owned by people of color. I think that's another thing that we can do as a progressive step forward to make sure that we look at all firms. And as somebody said, look, we can help these firms. Maybe they're not as familiar with filling out an RFP, which is a very difficult, extensive document. And sometimes when you haven't done it, it's overwhelming and you just get discouraged by the length. But to the extent that we can encourage these firms that are owned, again, by folks of color and women, I think we can get some really strong partners here in the city. So that being said, I think there's a lot of good improvements that we can make in this space. I'll go ahead and turn it over to the clerk to call roll.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
And Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes, thank you. Moving along to item number 19, I believe, and that was, I believe, Mayor Pro Tem's item.
Yes, Mayor, that was another item that I pulled. Item 19 was a custodial services at park restrooms and facilities, approving an amendment to add a 1-year extension to the agreement with Valley Maintenance Corporation for custodial services at city park restrooms and facilities. I pulled it. I had a couple of questions of, reasons of why I pulled it. I walk. Memorial Park is a park that I visit almost daily and walk through daily. I live in the neighborhood. I represent the neighborhood. I represent the park, and I'm not blind to the amount of trash that is seen, not just at Memorial Park, but at every park, all of our parks. The trash lingers, trash cans linger, overfilled. I try to pick up as much as I can, but I could only do so much. I poke my head into the restroom every now and then at Memorial Park, specifically to see the conditions of these restrooms, and I know they're scheduled to be replaced soon. I believe this summer is what I was told last week by Parks and Rec. And please correct me, Lisa, if I'm wrong. But the restrooms are horrendous. I would never want to even use them. They're not clean. They don't smell good. They're not. So my question here is I'm seeing, and there's also a way that we could, as we have these conversations, have campaigns throughout the city that could encourage our residents of how to pick up, not litter, and pick up their trash and whatnot. I was just in Mexico City for a family emergency last month, and driving through, I was surprised not surprised because I had seen it before, but the cleanliness of these parks and the city-sponsored banners and campaigns that advocate and promote picking up your trash and cleaning up after yourself and protecting the area where you live in. So there's also an area where we could do that. But what I want to ask, Madam City Manager, is what exactly are we paying for when we see these contracts worth hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of dollars in custodial and maintenance services, but I don't see the reflection of that when you're walking through our parks, and how filthy they sometimes are frequently. So do we have, I know we do have city inspectors that are frequently inspecting, whether it's a public works contract or a Parks and Rec maintenance contract, but how often do we go out and inspect to see whether these contractors are doing the job that we're paying them a lot of money to do?
Okay. Well, you're correct, Mayor Pro Tem. We do have, as part of the services, there are scheduled activities that they do, a number of times that they clean the restrooms, a number of times that they pick up the trash. I will have to defer to our Parks and Rec Director, Lisa, as to how often her staff goes behind and does a checkup on them. So, Director Rudloff?
Absolutely. Good questions, Mayor Pro Tem. And yes, trash is an issue. We don't have enough trash cans at our parks, and so we're trying to make sure we order those and put those in our parks. Right now we have plastic tubs, and those don't look great. So we have some really nice trash cans that we're planning to install throughout our park system and our trail system. The restrooms are cleaned between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. So the contractor, Valley Maintenance, will go in, they'll clean the restroom, they'll lock the restroom up. The next morning, the park inspector will come in, they'll inspect the bathroom to make sure it was clean per the contract. If it was not clean per the contract, then they receive a failure to perform, it's deducted, and they're penalized, and so on. So it gets cleaned at night between 10 and 2, and then it also gets cleaned between 2 and 4 p.m. The problem typically is once they're cleaned, we have people go in They take a bath, they misuse the bathrooms, and it's trashed immediately. So then you don't have it clean until 2 p.m. again. Our restrooms are also very, very old. We have, I think we have 41 restrooms right now. We need to replace probably 13 of them. We've been putting in some prefab restrooms throughout our parks. And yes, we will be putting one in at Memorial this fiscal year. So anytime we have additional money, any funding, any grants, anything that we can use to put new restrooms in, we really need new restrooms. And they're just dingy. They're very old, and they need a new update and style, and a lot of them just need to be demolished. So to go back to your question about the park inspectors, they are inspecting, and so it's a pay-for-performance contract, and if they don't perform, then they don't get paid the full amount.
Thank you for that, Director Rudloff. With that said, so how many inspectors do we currently have that go out and check up at our city parks?
I believe we have 5 inspectors. We do need a few more, but as the hiring freeze and the budgets get a little bit better in the future, then we plan on hiring more people so we can inspect the playgrounds and inspect our restrooms and the work that our landscape contractors provide.
Okay, and this contractor is just strictly emptying trash receptacles and power washing our restrooms?
Yes, they clean the toilets, the urinals, the sinks. They use an industrial antibacterial citrus cleaner. If the toilets are clogged, they will try to unclog it. If they can't do that, then they bag it, and then they call one of our staff to call someone or fix it. Sometimes when our contractors go in to clean the restrooms, they can't get in there because of the people misusing the restroom. So they will call our staff and have them try to get them out of there. Then they'll circle back around and clean the restroom again. So if it's power washing, if it's graffiti that needs to be removed, they just try to blitz the entire restroom to make it clean before they leave.
Okay. And any other park amenities that require cleaning is not necessarily this contractor, correct? Or do they do, I'm talking swing sets, play sets, basketball courts, any power washing on that? Is that a separate contractor?
That's separate, yes, correct.
Okay, so they're strictly restrooms and trash?
Yes.
Okay. You did mention that the 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. window where they clean the restrooms, is that nightly? Is that every night at 10 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay.
Between 10 and 2 a.m.
And that's at every single park?
Yes.
Really? Okay. And seeing that every once in a while, I'll walk the dog pretty late, depending on, like tonight, if we get home late, I'll probably walk the dog. And I'll keep an eye out. I can't say I've seen them before. I've seen Allied Universal patrolling the parks. I personally never seen them, maybe because it's 10 to 2 a.m. I'm usually sleeping. But I want to make sure that inspectors are really, being thorough in their inspections of these park facilities, and we're staying on top of this. If we can, is there a schedule available of this maintenance and cleaning, Madam City Manager or Director Rudloff?
Yes, I can check to see if there is a schedule or a report for like a weekly report of what time they clean, what time it was inspected. I can certainly get that for you.
That'd be good to make available, Director Rudloff, and maybe make a portion of it public, a summarized version of what these custodial companies are doing at the park each night, what they're cleaning, what they're not cleaning, because there's a lot of concern that our park amenities are not clean, are not safe, are not, various different things that I've heard. So whatever we could do, I'd appreciate it. Okay. And final question, and I'll turn it over. Is this going to be put out to bid anytime soon? Are we doing this while this extension is going on?
Yes. As soon as this ends, we're going to put it out to bid. And so we'll be preparing that now and putting it through the process, and other people will be able to bid on it for sure.
Okay. Thank you, Director.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for those questions. I just want to give a gentle reminder to everybody that we do have a 3-minute rule for everybody, just so we're respectful of everybody's time. I think we all have a lot of questions. I want to remind everybody to make sure they meet with the city manager and staff in the interim between meetings so they can ask some of these questions. They're all very important questions, and I think we can get a lot of that addressed in advance. But thank you for all those cogent questions. I think I saw Councilmember Lopez's hand, and then Councilmember Becerra.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just very briefly, I wanted to, Director Ruloff, I thought you talked about something really important, which is the infrastructure of our restrooms and how old they are and how really unsafe some of them are, like in terms of like how the stall stays, the doors, the gaps. So thank you. It was really good to hear that from you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem actually asked some of the questions that I was going to ask, but remind me again, Director Rudloff. So the contractors going out there between 10 and 2, are there any times during the day that there's another follow-up as far as cleaning of the restrooms?
Yes, between 2 and 4 p.m.
So the same routine that they do at night, same thing happens between 2 and 4.
Right, correct.
So I don't know how feasible this is, but just as you're looking at issuing the RFP for the contractor going forward, perhaps there's a way to somehow, maybe it's staggered, but to try to get, I guess, a more robust rotation when it comes to the contractors addressing these restrooms. Because I think one thing that would hopefully deter some of the folks that are misusing our restrooms is, the unknown of knowing when these folks, our contractors are coming out to clean the facilities. And I think for our residents to know that there will be more attention paid to these restrooms rather than twice a day. And I understand with limited resources, it's hard to do that. But again, that's why I'm saying maybe it's not 3 times a day for every single restroom. Maybe it's twice a day for all restrooms, but maybe certain restrooms that are more hot spots are getting it at other times. Utilizing the My Santa Ana app and the data to kind of see where the reports are coming from for requests for service, and trying to direct maybe that 3rd or 4th potential cleanup to take place at those hot spots. I think that might be something to introduce into the RFP when you release it. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you for those comments. So I wasn't sure if I heard a motion or if there is a motion on the floor.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I will second. This is Councilmember Hernandez.
Great. Thank you. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. The only thing I was going to mention, Madam City Manager, as we're talking about just, efforts to increase rotations, have more of a presence, make sure that these spaces and these restrooms, really the entire city is in better condition. I know that a lot of cities are looking at using some of their rescue plan money for clean and safe efforts. So that's what I would like us to also continue to think about and see what we could do to augment our efforts and maybe look at some of those, especially because I think there is a nexus to COVID and the pandemic where, we're going to see heavier use as we transition out. But let's talk to some of the other cities. I know I was speaking to the mayor of Long Beach and Oakland, and both are starting their efforts. And I thought that was something that would work really well for us, because it seems like they're experiencing the same conditions that we are. So just something to think about as we go through the discussion on that. So in any event, I'll turn it over to the clerk for the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Fan,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa,
Yes.
and Mayor Sarmiento.
Yes. Thank you. I think the next item is item 21, and that was pulled by Councilmember Fan.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So I pulled this item because I was quite shocked when I was reading the staff report. I'm very familiar with Habitat for Humanity. As a law student, I volunteered to help build Habitat homes. There are actually a number of Habitat homes on McFadden, just less than a mile from the house I grew up in, and they're incredible. They're amazing. And the things that Habitat is doing to help low-income, working-class individuals to get into home ownership, build wealth, and really set themselves up to succeed, especially in a community like Santa Ana, is amazing. But when I read this staff report, to amend the amount of money, the conditional grant agreement with Habitat for Humanity by $333,777 because the French Park historic French Park and the architecture committee wanted the design of two homes, a single family one-story home as well as a two-story home, to look a certain way. Not just the architectural style, kind of more Victorian or craftsman that fits with some of the other homes in French Park, but also the material used. From my understanding, they were not okay with materials that are plastic or manufactured, but wanted wood. And I think many of us know, as we're following development and what's going on with COVID, wood right now is incredibly expensive. The cost has really shot way up. And on top of that, wood is very difficult to maintain. It's very expensive. It has a lot of issues. It's subject to weathering more so than a lot of these manufactured materials, which is used a lot actually on the East Coast as a result of severe weather, rain, etc. I'm really worried about the amount of money that we as a city has to take from the Inclusionary Housing Fund used for affordable housing to add to a contract to help Habitat build because of aesthetics. And I understand the desire to have beautiful homes. Like I said, I've seen the homes down the street from my mom's house. They're incredible. They're beautiful. They're so nice. Frankly, I don't know if I'd ever be able to afford one of those. I would be so lucky. But the idea of essentially spending the cost of a condo to a project in order for it to look pretty is really frustrating to me, especially because the designs that Habitat normally uses is already incredible in itself. And so, I wanted to raise this issue because it seems like this project has been pending with the city for over 2 years, since 2018. And due to an old ordinance, I think it was originally approved in 87, before I was born, and then amended in October 1996, that it requires certain architectural review by the neighborhood. And that is, I understand we want community buy-in, we want to have all of that, but at the same time, what is the cost? For over $300,000, we can pay $1,500 to 18 families for an entire year for them to afford rent. For $333,000, we can buy a whole condo unit and put another family in there and help them get housed. So while I'm supportive of this project, because I do not want to punish Habitat for Humanity for the incredible work that they're doing, for the way that they're accommodating the architectural desires of the community, I want to say that these kinds of issues drive up affordable housing development, the cost of affordable housing development. It makes it more difficult for well-meaning developers to come in and help our community, especially in a development like this. And I also understand that originally they wanted 4 developments, but now they're limited to 2 in order to mollify the neighborhood association. So, as all of us grapple with affordable housing and housing affordability in our city, I really hope that communities welcome this kind of development. This is not a high density apartment. It could be, but it's not. And so I really wish that these demands were not made. But now that it's here, I want to make sure that we do approve it, and hopefully Habitat for Humanity can get these developments up. Thank you.
Great, excellent points. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate Councilmember Fan's comments, and it is egregious to think that we would spend over $300,000 to doll up a house to fit a certain criteria. But 2 questions I have is, one, it seemed like that what I heard was that the standards were driving the cost up. But how do we know that it's the standards? Maybe Habitat for Humanity, for whatever reason, is not producing what they need to in a more economical way. So I think before we accuse the standards, I get it, because there's a lot of policies throughout California, the United States, that really are a burden on housing production. But the other thing that I thought was that is important that was brought up was the fact that these standards have been around since the 80s. It's not a secret, it's not an unknown fact that French Park is a historic neighborhood. In fact, to French Park's credit, they've always been this neighborhood that has taken in historic properties that were endangered in other areas. So places where affordable units were constructed elsewhere in the city, you had historic structures transported, moved into historic French Park. And so, historic French Park, I think, has done their part to help. And I appreciate what Habitat for Humanity is building here, because these are 2 for sale affordable units. It helps to create neighborhood stability. What I would like to know from staff, if they're able to answer it tonight, is who's the culprit here? Is it really that the standards from historic French Park are too onerous? Or is it the fact that Habitat for Humanity somehow, some way, couldn't figure out how to comply with these standards that have been around since the 80s for 2 units to do it under $300,000?
Council member, that's a very good question, and I will answer without laying blame with anybody. Habitat for Humanity is an excellent organization, and they have built a lot of houses in our city. This particular location, as you mentioned, it is within the French Park community, which is a very tight-knit community. They have their own architectural review, and they have certain standards. So I think the community is right to want those standards upheld, and I applaud Habitat for wanting to, proceed with the project. And what we do want affordable houses, and we want them also to be accepted into whichever community we choose to put affordable housing in.
Thank you for that. And I just, again, I still reiterate the fact that right now we don't know whether there was an issue on Habitat for Humanity side when it came to being able to, in an economically reasonable way, comply with French Park standards. So I just want to point that out, that I don't think that these standards are so onerous that nobody can comply with them. I know a lot of the folks that sit on that architectural board over in French Park, and I know that they're not unreasonable folks, and I know that they do a lot to work with folks in that community, because here's the reality, and I've worked on historic preservation zones up in Los Angeles, and you have some really difficult standards to meet. I mean, wood frame windows are more expensive than vinyl frame windows, but I know that a lot of these historical zones where you have folks that are really pressed when it comes to their budgets, they work with them to try to come up with something that meets the standards and continues that feel of a certain neighborhood, like what historic French Park has. So I just hope that we don't point the finger right away at a neighborhood's desire to protect a look and feel. It's one thing if they were rejecting the project outright, but as the city manager said, for them to want the project to work within the fabric of their community, I applaud both Habitat for Humanity and the Historic French Park Committee.
Great, thanks. Thank you for those comments. I think I see 2 other hands raised. And again, just a gentle reminder, and I know this is sort of the transitional meeting where we're going from sort of open-ended comments to maybe more timed comments. So I know the clerk will be giving you guys gentle reminders. I want to be fair because I told Mayor Pro Tem he went a little longer, so I want to make sure all of us, and please, I've already been told by the clerk that I went a little too long on my comments as well earlier. So let's not take it personally. This is a way to kind of get us into this pattern of being as concise and as clear and effective as we possibly can. So let me call on Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank staff for bringing this forward and Habitat for Humanity. I think it's definitely something that we need to really take a close look at as we're sitting here representing our city. We need to collaboratively work together to protect the integrity of a lot of our neighborhoods. A lot of neighborhoods that are hundreds of years old. I think it is expensive, but it's a price that we should be willing to pay to protect the integrity of these neighborhoods. So I applaud the French Park neighborhood for wanting to accept this affordable housing, but that it looked a certain way. I know that just because it's affordable housing doesn't mean it should be built on the cheap or not be something desirable or be of high quality. It's important that we build affordable housing that is of high quality. And one thing that I've always discussed with this neighborhood is the concerns they have is the parking issue. So it's great that this affordable housing project is being built to match the neighborhood and not add on to the parking burden that they have. So I'm very happy with this. I think it's a great project for everyone to look forward to. And just wanted to state that, again, with the French Park, this is something that we should, make sure that all our neighborhoods continue to do, is protect the integrity of their neighborhood. Not everyone could afford HOA fees a month, to have their neighborhood look a certain way. So we got to do it for them. We got to protect for them. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. I will make a motion to approve if that is needed now.
Second that.
Great. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Councilmember Becerra, and we have Councilmember Hernandez that would like to comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be very brief. I just wanted to thank the Councilmember Fan for bringing it forward. I think that dialogue is important. It's needed, but more importantly, I support this project. I know Habitat for Humanity to do really good work, and French Park to be a great association. And I'm happy for whatever family is going to have the honor of living in that beautiful home. So with that being said, let's go ahead and move forward.
Great. Thank you for those comments. Any other comments or questions from the council? Seeing none and hearing none. So the only comment I would have is I certainly appreciate and Madam Clerk, please start the clock on me. To Councilmember Fan's point, I think none of these things that we're saying are mutually exclusive. If you look at some of the previous homes that were built throughout the city by Habitat, they're really, really 100% excellent properties and design. We do have some districts that are a little bit more demanding, and we want to make sure we protect those. So to me, I think the point of Councilmember Fan's was, what it cost the builder Habitat to get to those standards was fairly expensive, and it came out of a source of funds that is intended to build more affordable housing. So I just think maybe we look at some things like, maybe a different source of funds that we, if it's not for the construction of the unit itself, but it's for the enhancement to meet the standards within that district. Because I certainly don't want the funds that were intended to build new construction to be exhausted on improving the aesthetics of a design. And as the owner of a historic property, I know that a lot of those standards are imposed upon existing historic structures that are set by the Secretary of Interior. New construction normally going in to a district, there's rules that are a little bit different, but But look, we're trying to balance the interests here. So I agree that we have to be judicious in the way that we use such scarce funds, right? To the extent that we had an abundance of those monies to go a long way, then I'd say, no argument here, but we just have to be very careful with the way we balance those and make sure we expend those intelligently and thoughtfully. So that being said, there is a motion and a second. Seeing no other comments, I'll go ahead and turn it over to the clerk to call roll.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
And Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes. Thanks, everybody. And, so when Councilmember Fan pulled item 21, I thought she was pulling 22 because that's the one I wanted to pull. So I don't want to change my vote on 22. But, Madam City Attorney, is it okay if I just ask a question on it? Just because I did have a question on this item, not to change my vote, but I just wanted some clarity from staff.
I think as the chair, you can take that as a privilege to ask a question.
Great. And with the council's indulgence, I just wanted to ask staff on this, and this is the item where we're going to be transitioning our some of our homeless beds that we were using at the link. And as the link closes down and there's going to be a gap period before we open up the Carnegie, which is going to be the permanent site, we're going to be using some of the beds and space over at the city of Fullerton, which they've been so gracious and helpful to extend to us. My only question was, and I've been doing some pretty rough math, and I'm not very good at math, so maybe staff can help me out, but it appears that we are expending about $230,000 a month for about 75 beds. Is that what the math is there?
I will turn it over to Stephen Mendoza, but I believe it's for more than 75 beds.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, it is for a top rate of 100 beds. The flat rate is for the first 75 beds. After 75, it's a per diem rate.
Got it. So for those extra 25 beds, I think there's an additional, is that $55 per bed?
Yeah, but it's per bed per day.
Per bed per day. So what's I guess my math is 230,000 divided by, let's just say the flat rate of 75 beds. We're looking at about, is that 3,000 and change or something, or?
Yeah, just about.
Okay. So my only comment was, staff, let's make sure we fill these beds as quick, as much as we can to provide people help and provide people support, because that's again, to Councilmember Fan's point, we are expending precious monies. These are ESG monies. We don't have a lot of them. We obviously hope to get more, and I believe we will. But to the extent that we can make sure we provide people help, there's obviously people out there that need it. Let's be assertive in the way we do this, because now we are looking at expending monies for these beds outside of town. And yeah, that was my only point that I wanted to make, because I know that these are really important in this transitional time. It would have been terrible not to have a site to be able to provide as we're going through this transition from the link to Carnegie. So no need to change any vote or take any vote. Thank you for answering that question. And thank you, members of the council, for indulging me with that question answered. That ends the consent portion of the agenda tonight. We'll move along to item number 3, which is the beginning of the business calendar. And that is for the discussion on the agreement for our advocates, both at the state and federal level. And I'll turn it over to the city manager for a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Daniel Soto from the city manager's office has a brief presentation, but basically we're asking for 3 things from you with this item that's before you. One is to execute a 3-year agreement with a state lobbyist of Townsend Public Affairs. And the second one is to extend the term of our Holland and Knight federal lobbyist. And then third, we're going to give you information on all of the memberships that you have, and just to make sure you still want to continue with those programmed in the budget for the next year. So those are the 3 items, and I will turn it over to Daniel to walk you through those.
And good evening, Mayor and City Council. We have a brief presentation for you. The first part of the presentation is an overview of a competitive RFQ, or request for proposal process, that staff completed for state legislative advocacy services. What's wrong? Are we good?
Daniel, you're a little muted, so maybe you can get either closer to the microphone, or your connection may be a little compromised.
I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Much better, much better. Go ahead.
Thank you. So staff recently launched an RFQ process to solicit state legislative advocacy services. We used our online bids portal called Planet Bids and reached out to 250 firms, one of which was a Santa Ana firm. And we had 16 firms download the RFQ document, 5 of which responded. So of the 5 who responded, 1 voluntarily withdrew from the RFQ process and decided to submit their service offerings with another firm. And another firm was disqualified because they did not submit a full proposal. So what you see on your screen in the order of how the proposals were ranked, we received proposals from Townsend Public Affairs. That's our current state lobbyist. And we also received proposals from Renee Public Law Group and Edelstein, Gilbert, Robson, and Smith. Staff composed of 4 representatives from the city manager's office reviewed all of the proposals and selected tentatively Townsend Public Affairs to award a new agreement to continue providing state legislative advocacy services. Townsend Public Affairs, or TPA, has served the city for more than 22 years, and during their tenure, they have demonstrated their commitment to advocating.
Daniel, you're kind of going in and out, so maybe, I don't know if there's anything that you could do with the mic. I'm not sure if everybody's getting the same sort of high tone, low tone that I'm getting on my end, but maybe there's a way you can adjust your audio a little bit.
I apologize. Is this better?
That's better now.
Okay, I apologize, Mayor. So staff recommends that the City Council approve an agreement with TPA based on the firm's experience, the availability of their staff to discuss legislative matters with the council members and city staff as issues arise, and the overall satisfaction of the city utilizing this firm since 2004. For federal legislative advocacy services, the city entered into an agreement with Holland and Knight, or H&K, back in 2013, and H&K was selected as part of a competitive RFP process for federal advocacy services. Their agreement, the existing agreement expires on March 30th, 2022, and the existing agreement provided for compensation for 3 full years. Based off of staff's satisfaction with the services that Holland and Knight provides to the city, staff recommends that we amend their agreement to allow us to pay Holland and Knight for an additional 1-year period to continue federal advocacy services. The amendment would provide the same monthly payment of $9,800 to Holland and Knight for services, and this extra 12-month period will allow staff sufficient time to complete a competitive RFQ process for the next cycle. The third element of tonight's presentation is regarding our local, state, and federal government associations, all of which we have memberships to and which are voluntary. The first of 4 is the Association of California Cities, Orange County, or ACCOC. This organization It is an association of Orange County cities that represent the interests of our cities in the county on regional public policy issues. And currently, Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa serves as the Santa Ana representative to the board of directors. We currently spend about $52,800 a year for membership dues, and this cost is calculated based on our city's population. The next item is the Orange County Council of Governments, or OCCOG. They are the regional governing and coordinating body that offers planning, coordination, and technical assistance to the Orange County subregion to administer programs at the regional level. OCCOG also acts as the intermediary between local government and state or federal government. OCCOG was established as a joint powers authority. The Santa Ana representative to the OCCOG Board of Directors is Councilmember Becerra, and the annual membership dues is approximately $26,700. The third is the League of California Cities, also known as Cal Cities. They are an association of California cities that advocates for cities at the state capitol to expand and protect local control for cities through education and advocacy to enhance the quality of life for all Californians. Their annual cost, which is calculated according to population for Santa Ana, is approximately $63,000 a year. And finally, the city also pays dues for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. This is an official nonpartisan organization of cities with populations of 30,000 or more. And the U.S. Conference of Mayors exists to accomplish the following: to help develop and promote effective national urban suburban policy, to build stronger federal-city relationships, to monitor the effectiveness of federal policy, to serve to help mayors develop leadership and management, and to create a forum in which mayors can share their ideas and information. This annual dues is calculated based on membership as well, and is estimated at $20,500. Staff shares these items with the City Council to provide an opportunity for the council members to give their input on legislative advocacy service delivery as we prepare our departmental budget for legislative advocacy for the next fiscal year. Staff presents two options to the City Council tonight for the different government associations. One is to affirm interest in the city continuing membership in one or more of the following: Orange County Council of Governments, the Association of California Cities Orange County, the League of California Cities, and the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Option number two is to direct staff to return with more information. Staff also recommends that the City Council authorize the City Manager to execute a 3-year agreement with Townsend Public Affairs for state legislative advocacy services, and to approve an amendment to the agreement with Holland and Knight for an additional 1 year for compensation. And 3, to provide direction to staff relating to membership in local, state, and federal government associations. I'm available to answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you for that. And I apologize to the public and to the council. And it's not your fault, Daniel. We just had kind of a faulty connection. So I think we got every other word that you said, but luckily you had a really effective PowerPoint that we could read off of. So that was helpful. But thank you. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council for any questions or comments. And I see Councilmember Mendoza and then Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just want to say that I've had experience working with Townsend and when I was on the Board of Trustees for Rancho Santiago Community College, and they've always provided very reasonable contracts and detailed work, and their staff was always very professional. We had in Sacramento, and the Townsend always prepared us incredibly well when we went up to lobby for certain issues that were important in our communities. And one of my questions is, so how many bids did we get, and who was the lowest, and is there any kind of compensation if from an existing contract if we continue to renew that one?
Councilmember Mendoza, just want to confirm that you can hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. I can share my screen one more time. On the screen, you'll see the 3 full RFQ results that we received. The lowest proposal came from Townsend Public Affairs with their average price, annual price at $62,000. The second item, or the second firm on the table on your screen, is from Renee Public Law Group. Their annual price was almost double what Townsend Public Affairs had proposed at $120,000. And then the third firm, Edelstein, Gilbert, Robson, and Smith, their average annual price was a little bit higher at $144,000. The annual price is for the scope of services for state legislative advocacy services, and the amount that you see on your screen is a fixed price.
Very good. So Townsend Public Affairs provides the same services at the least amount of dollars, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I'm in favor of the Townsend Public Affairs because I know their work and I know that they're very successful. They've been around for many, many years, and whenever we've had any questions, they always come back with a very thorough explanation of any pending bills, and they do a great follow-up on anything that's coming up, and really do a lot of digging and are very thorough in the governmental area. And so with my experience in the last 8 years with them, they've done a wonderful job. And seeing that they are the least expensive, I think we need to continue. And I ask my colleagues to support, because as we were put on this seat, it was to look out for the best interests of the public and saving them the tax dollars. And this is a very good example of how we can save money for our taxpayers and still getting the high quality service that we are accustomed to. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilmember. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Councilmember Mendoza in that in the seat we need to be very cautious and protective of the public purse. But in regards to our state legislative advocate, the lowest bid was 50% of the next highest bid. And the next highest bid above that was just about another, 20,000 more. I'm a little concerned with that because sometimes the lowest price isn't always going to provide that service. Now, having said that, I've known Townsend for quite some time, and they've been around and they've done a lot of work up in Sacramento. But, we are one of the top 11 cities in the state. And this is like something I said about another item earlier in this meeting. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't have more in the pool. Now, in this case, I'm not saying that we were going to have, 20 Santa Ana firms. I get that. But in this particular case, in looking at lists that are out there of these advocacy firms that are in Sacramento, we should have had more of these top 10, top 20 firms in this pool. And the fact that of the 3, other than Townsend, only this other one of the 3 are actually in that caliber. So I think just like we were doing with the trash contract, we want to make sure that we have an RFP that's attracting a real good pool. So I would ask my colleagues, actually, if we could put this out to bid again. I mean, with everything going on in Sacramento these days, we need some advocates. And talking about some of these membership organizations that we're a part of, like the League of Cities, advocating for local control, because every time Sacramento issues another bill proposal, I cringe because I'm wondering what are they going to take off our plate now. So with that being said, looking at the federal legislative advocate, I would, with all the funding that's coming out of DC these days, all the activity in regards to funding, I would recommend that we keep our current legislative advocate out for the feds. But what I'd like to ask Daniel Soto is, so right now staff's recommending for the 1-year extension for them. I at some point would like to see this one go out to bid as well. But with everything going on, is it feasible to put them, I guess, extend them for maybe a year and a half or 2 years? Because I think with all the activity in DC right now, I would hate to have an RFP process for the federal advocate begin midstream.
Thank you, Councilmember Becerra. Actually, because the Legislative Advocacy Service is a professional service, we are not required to engage in competitive bidding. So the city may engage in preparing a new contract for City Council consideration to award a new contract with Holland and Knight after the existing contract were to expire.
Okay. And Daniel, thank you for clarifying that. We're not required to go out for bid, which also means that we're not required, as we are for, say, certain public works contracts, to accept the lowest qualified bid. And I think that, again, this is not a slight against Townsend Public Affairs, but I would just feel more comfortable given everything going on in Sacramento. We have an advocate that's been our advocate for 23 years. That's a long time. And I think that, right now, what we need to, again, make sure, and possibly if we go out for bid again, Townsend may be number one again. But I just would feel comfortable if we put it out to bid. And when we saw the next staff report, we saw firms that we go, wow, okay, these are some heavy hitters that are going to be advocating on behalf of the residents and the city of Santa Ana. So that's my thought right now, would be put this out to bid for the state legislative advocate, possibly extend a little bit the Holland and Knight contract just because of what is coming out of DC right now. And as far as the membership organizations, I think the ones that you present, Daniel, I'd like to maintain our membership in all of them. And one last thing would be with OCOG. I believe we need to maintain our membership in OCOG as it relates, because it's parallel with SCAG, and I serve as the representative for Santa Ana to OCOG as well as the SCAG Regional Council. So I believe those two are kind of tethered together. That's all I have right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. I believe it was Council Member Fan and then Council Member Lopez.
I think it was Councilmember Lopez first.
Sorry, Council Member Lopez, go ahead. You guys are too nice.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. I actually have a question about the associations that we're part of. And like Councilmember Becerra said, because OCOG and SCAG are kind of a one bundle thing, like I understand why we have to participate with that. But Danny, I had a question in terms of like the benefits that Santa Ana residents are getting in return, or the policy that we're championing or supporting when it comes to the Association of California Cities. Can you please let me know what exactly are the benefits that we're receiving?
Councilmember Lopez, we work with these different organizations and associations to further some of the city's policy goals that provide some sort of community benefit to Santa Ana. An example of that may include grant funding opportunities at the state or federal level. If the city is successful, for example, we may receive such funding to expand our service delivery here in the city.
Right. So I guess, what is one of the things that we've helped champion with that particular org?
If I may, you're speaking to the Association of California Cities, Orange County? Is that
yes?
Okay, yeah. Certainly. A few of the other benefits, they do also provide some educational opportunities, training opportunities for elected officials. Some of the things that they have championed in the past was intervening for the regulation of taxi cabs. That was something they've done. They've been a resource for information on city. For example, one of the items that was brought up earlier was on sober living centers or homes such as that. So they're a great resource for more local issues. That was one of the reasons why they were formed. You have the League of California, which is more at a statewide level, but then you did have the Association of California Cities, Orange County, formed because of issues that seem to be unique to Orange County. But they do work on special projects. They're a resource for information, and then they do offer some really fabulous training and educational opportunities, in addition to what Daniel said.
Okay, thank you, Daniel and City Manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Lopez had pretty similar questions to me. I was first regarding Townsend, I do echo Councilmember Becerra's concerns and thoughts. We've had them for a couple decades now. It's been a long time. I am disappointed that we only have 3 options to look at. I think that we can do better than that, especially since I know the mayor and the other large cities have been working really hard to lobby the state, lobby the federal government to get us funds. And I would think that we can use that as leverage to get more bids and folks who would be willing to advocate for us in Sacramento. I think that Santa Ana is pretty unique compared to the other cities in Orange County with regards to our needs, our demographics, and our politics. And so I would like to also see an advocate who reflects that part of our city and has really great relationships, because, frankly, Santa Ana today and Orange County of today is not the same Santa Ana or Orange County of 20 years ago or even 5 years ago. And I want to make sure that whoever we get is able to keep pace with that. My main comments are actually also regarding ACCOC. I am familiar with their organization. I checked out their website and their boards. It does say the Association of California Cities, but really all of their members are from Orange County. City manager mentioned it's local. I'm very concerned with the cost of this at $52,000. The League of California Cities is a well-known statewide entity that's been around for a very long time. I went to their training. I think some of the other new council members have gone to their training. And I know they're of value because they also produce a lot of education material, amicus briefs, and all of that stuff. I'm not exactly sure with the extent of what ACCOC is doing for us, especially at $52,000 a year. I know some of it seems pretty, how do I say this, duplicative of what the league is already doing for us in regard with advocating for local control, advocating for local issues. And again, I'm looking at the representatives of the board for ACCOC, and I feel like there's a disconnect with who Santa Ana is, where our council and our city and our demographics are going, and how that would advocate with the state. Frankly, California has a Democratic majority, supermajority sometimes, and that's what I want. I want an organization that can speak to those lawmakers, and it seems like a lot of the members on ACCOC may not be simpatico with that. So I would like to see if we can get a cheaper amount or rethink that relationship. And just one last thing, ACCOC, not every city in Orange County is a member. Only about 18 out of 34, I think. So I think that's another issue that we would want to address in looking at how to spend this money. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Councilmember Lopez, is that your hand?
Yes, it is. And for staff, everything that Councilmember Fan just said is where I'm at exactly. And so I really want us to, the dollar amount is super high. So I really want us to come back with other options because I don't think that there's like a real clear outline of what are the benefits for us in terms of this membership. So thanks.
Great, thank you. Seeing no other comments, let me go ahead and just make a couple myself. So I do agree with a lot of what was said by everybody. I think they were all really good comments. I think Councilmember Becerra's comment about H&K and where they are in their contract, I think makes a lot of sense. And let me tell you why I'm a little reluctant to maybe go out to bid again and recirculate on the TPA contract is that what we all are understanding, which is whoever we would work with has to get up to speed with us, right? There'd be an adjustment period. And right now we have some really immediate needs. I mean, it's the rescue plan, it's the potential infrastructure bill, it's the surplus at the state government, it's all these other resources, it's the earmarks that we're going to have to be working with, Congressman Correa's office on. There are so many moving parts, and I can tell you, I've seen some of the firms and worked with some of the firms that bid. Edelstein and I believe the Gonzalez firm had bid with us earlier, and I think they withdrew sometime during the process for the state contract. Really excellent firms. I mean, Edelstein is top notch. So is Gonzalez. TPA, I think, the benefit is obviously the cost. And, I don't want to say you get what you pay for, but I think because we were one of the early cities and public agencies that they worked with, I think that's why their numbers came in low. They're giving us sort of their early cities numbers. But I do think that they have a relationship with the Discovery Cube. They represent them and they represent agencies and other entities around us, which helps us when we go out to apply for these grants. A lot of times we do it in conjunction with the Cube for some of those efforts. I know we're looking at potential earmarks that might be available for Discovery Cube that would benefit the city. So all those things I think are important. I just think changing midstream, I see all of yours concern about going out. I think we do need to go out and have the incumbents sort of develop and explain to us, their value. It's really important, especially now. But I think right now we're like right in the middle of things. I mean, and so a lot of what we're doing would get lost if we transfer it to another firm, if we kind of change midstream. The other thing, and clerk, Madam Clerk, please make sure I'm within my time. The one thing I would say about advocacy firms is they're only as good as we make them be. And so in other words, if we don't demand things of them, look, they'll just send us memos about what's going on in DC, what's going on in Sacramento, and that's it. The more demanding we are of them, I think the better service we receive. So what I would say, and this will be maybe a conversation that I'm thinking about, I want to have an ad hoc committee or maybe a standing committee that's a legislative standing committee. We don't even have a legislative platform. And those are things that we need to set up. Are our priorities homelessness? Should we be seeking grants for parks and open spaces? Should we be doing all those things? The one we have is pretty dated. And I think what we need to do is update it for now, this sort of post-pandemic period of what we're going to be looking at. I think it would be helpful to have that. And that way we can make a lot better demands of our advocates. But on the associations, finally, I do think I would prefer to set that one aside and maybe revisit that and have that come back to us once we understand the value. Because I think to Councilmember Fan's point and Lopez's, a lot of these smaller agencies, like ACCOC and the League, they provide lobbying services to cities that are smaller that don't have their own independent lobbyists. We have our lobbyists. So it is really replication of work that's going on. We don't need that. We have our own advocates that we pay for. So let me wind up, and I see Councilmember Hernandez's hand up, and I think Councilmember Becerra may have some time left as well to comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of what I wanted to say was echoed by Councilmember Lopez and Fan, but I think that's the challenge, is identifying what are the demands that we can make and having a really clear outline. Bless you. Having a really clear outline of what the services they're providing. And then lastly, I just wanted to follow up. I really love the idea of a legislative ad hoc. I think that would be extremely useful for our community.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think it was Councilmember Becerra, then Mayor Pro Tem. I think that was the order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quick point of clarification. We have a legislative platform. It may be a little outdated. I think it came to us during my short tenure on the council for approval. So we do have one. I think the idea of possibly going in and updating it or modifying it, that could be done. And I think that would be a great idea. I'll just take the remainder of my time to just go ahead and put a motion out on the floor that we put the state legislative advocate out to bid, and that we extend Holland and Knight to a 2-year term. And as far as ACCOC, that we have staff bring that back to us at the next council meeting for possible departure from that group. That's my motion.
If, may I ask a question for clarification purposes, Mayor?
Yes, please.
So the contract is expiring with your state advocacy group. So if we do put it out to bid, there will be a period of time where you will not have one in place. So I was just maybe a suggestion, if you want to grant them a shorter term, and then we could redo the RFP, or you could coincide the two of them together and we can go out and do an RFP for both of them.
What remind me again, I think it's in the report, is TPA's contract up in May or June?
I believe it's this month, but Daniel, can you verify?
Yes, thank you, council member. The agreement with Townsend Public Affairs expired on March 31st, 2021.
Okay, so I guess now I have another question. Why did we wait this long to bring this item before us?
That's a great question. That is partially my fault in bringing the agreement materials together along with the RFQ process. So I take responsibility for that delay.
Well, at this point, we're already out of contract. So, I mean, we technically don't even have a state legislative advocate at this point. If Townsend was willing to entertain it while we go out to bid, I'd be happy to, as part of my motion, grant a 6-month extension of their contract. So that would be part of my motion as well.
Thank you.
All right, I see a couple of other hands raised, so let me go ahead and call on Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just wanted to also point of clarification as well that we do have a legislative platform and it was adopted in June of 2020. So we should, you know, that was a 2021 and we've had one, but we should be seeing that 2021 legislative platform come before us soon. So I just wanted to point that out. But I also wanted to sort of echo a little bit of what Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Lopez said with these different associations that we belong to. It's definitely important that we aren't, you know, members of associations that are duplicative. I know that I'm the board member or board rep of association ACCOC, and it is fairly new membership. I believe we joined early last year, early 2020 or late 2019. And so we're still fairly new to that one and still trying to really see what benefit we get. But from, you know, whether it's our legislative platform or League of California Cities or ACCOC, I noticed very similar advocacy initiatives that we're doing. What each association is doing and our legislative platform is doing as well: local control, pension reform, fiscal responsibility. So I'd be very interested for the moment remaining in these associations, but making sure that we get a timely report back as well of what the benefits are of each one, what benefits we've seen over the last year, what benefits we potentially see over the next year, because those are important because of the amount of money we're spending, important to see before us. So definitely supportive of seeing that. But with that said, that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I know we have a motion by Councilmember Becerra on the floor. I don't think there's a second yet, but you know, one thing I would just again mention, one of the options was maybe to bring back the associations. Is that correct, staff? That was one of the options of maybe bringing that discussion back about what associations are, because I think everybody's kind of, you know, looking at ACCOC. I'm also looking at the league, which is even higher and more expensive. And I know that their advocacy, I'm still unclear. I mean, we used to be members of, actually, the league started and then ACCOC splintered off from the league. So I'm not sure what the difference is between the two of them. Maybe one's more valuable than the other. And just to clarify, I misspoke. I didn't say we didn't have a legislative platform. I meant we didn't have an updated legislative platform. A lot has happened since we adopted that platform a year ago. So I think we need to, make those adaptations. But so maybe if everybody is willing to go ahead and kind of put the discussion on the association aside, the associations, and maybe that can come back to us with a little bit more detail from staff as to what they do and what value they bring, what grants or what have we benefited from.
Sure, Mayor, we could do that easily as part of the budget process. We can provide you a lot more information on all of them and what the upcoming dues will be, and it can be made as a budget decision as to whether you want to allocate those funds. So we certainly can return at a later date with that.
Great. And to Councilmember Becerra's motion, 6 months, I think is, I get the point, but I think maybe what we do is, again, 6 months goes by in a blink of an eye in our world, right, in government. So to the extent we maybe look at a year extension for those and then go out to bid, again, the only thing I would implore my colleagues is that we're right in the middle of these sort of applications. And I mean, I know staff has been trying to pump out projects and push things out and, define what we're going to use the rescue plan and find out what the guidance is on that and just so many things. I just think we're going to be right in the middle of this discussion again with a new firm and getting them up to speed. So I understand the concern with going out and rebidding this. I think it could make sense, but I just, again, midstream changing horses at such a vital time, that puts us behind other cities that have firms ready to submit things on their behalf. So,
Mr. Mayor, I'd be willing to amend my motion to have an extension of TPA for a year, if that would garner any more support from the council.
I appreciate it, council member. I would second that with the added, I guess, change of having the association discussion come back to us when, we look at that during the budget to see the value of the associations, all of them. I think, some of them have value, some of them may not. And maybe, ACC is more valuable than the league. I don't know, but, those are just between the two of them. That's about 110, 115,000, right? So, so there's a motion and a second. Any other comments or questions for the council? Are we clear on the motion? Would anybody like to have us recite it back, or would staff want to recite that back to make sure they're clear?
So my understanding is that there's a motion on the table to execute an agreement with Townsend Public Affairs for a 1-year period, not the 3-year period. And the motion also wanted to lengthen the agreement with H&K from more than a year to 18 months. Is that correct, Councilmember Becerra?
I had said 2 years, but
2 years, okay.
So do you want to do 18 or 24 months?
I think 24 is good. So
okay. Yes. So Madam City Manager, you're correct. So we'll do the 1-year extension for Townsend with the idea that we're going out to bid, and 24-month extension for Holland and Knight. And per Mayor Sarmiento, we'll punt the discussion on the associations towards the budget discussion.
Thank you, council member. Thank you, Madam City Manager, for the clarification. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Yes.
And Mayor Sarmiento.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Moving along to item number 31, which is a resolution condemning racism, xenophobia, and hate against Asian Americans. And I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Certainly, and thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. This item was requested by Councilmember Fan, and she did assist staff in the development of the resolution. And I want to thank the efforts of Daniel Soto in our city manager's office. But it is a full resolution that is condemning activities such as racism, xenophobia, and hate against Asian Americans. I would like to turn it over to Councilmember Fan to see if she would like to say anything or point out anything specific with it, since this was a request made by her.
Please.
Thank you, City Manager. And I also wanted to echo that. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, the mayor, for actually being supportive of this item and of the community, and also Councilmember Becerra, who also had a hand in working on the resolution. It's been a really rough year for all of us, and it's been particularly difficult in the last month or 2 or 3. As many of you who watched the meetings regularly, I was the one who broke the news to this body at the last meeting about the murders in Atlanta. And since then, we've just learned so much more about what happened and the murderer and the families that were affected as well, and then seen more and more cases and learn more about it. I do want to highlight a few areas in the resolution because in particular I added a lot of facts that I thought was really poignant and important for our community to know and understand. The first is that approximately 40,000 residents in Santa Ana are Asian American or Pacific Islander. That's a lot of people. And while in Santa Ana that makes 12%, that's larger than many cities. So you can have entire cities made of Asian American Pacific Islander residents. And so it's really important that this community in particular is being affected by COVID, by the former administration's use of terms like Kung Flu or the China virus, and the history of being professional foreigners. What a lot of people don't know is the first Asians, Filipinos, arrived in the United States in the 1500s, in the 1580s. That's before the founding of America. That's before Jamestowns and all of these colonies. And since then, we've helped build the Transcontinental Railroad. The first Chinatown in Orange County was in Santa Ana. And, I didn't know that until a couple years ago. And what's worse about the history is that Chinatown didn't disappear. It was because there were lies and rumors, xenophobic rumors, that there was a case of leprosy in Chinatown. And instead of treating that issue, the city council at the time decided to burn it down, the entire Chinatown. And apparently it is the only example of local government sponsored vandalism in the history of the state. And that's truly egregious. And the fact that many of us don't know that is also egregious. So I do want to also call out that Downtown Inc., Santa Ana Business Council, and local historian Dylan Almendral are working to create a plaque to memorialize that area. And I'm really excited that's happening, especially in light of this resolution. Some other facts I want to really bring up and relate to my own life is I personally have experienced racism and xenophobia growing up here in Santa Ana. When I was in high school, our lockers were painted and tagged, graffitied with the C word, all the lockers. And so we can't think that xenophobia is only happening in other cities in South County or in other states. It's happening here at home. And we really have to reconcile that with the fact that even though I speak English, even though I'm a council member, I was a victim of racism even during the campaign. And even though we had Asians in America since the 1500s, since we have laws throughout our history that made Asian Americans unwanted, said that we're not welcome here, whether it's the Chinese Exclusion Act, the Page Act, the internment of Japanese Americans, and then the murder of Vincent Chin. All of these issues really culminated in what's happening today. And I also finally wanted to address the issue of the model minority myth. A lot of people look at Asian Americans and say they're so successful, they're going to college, they're doctors, they're lawyers, and that is just not true for the vast majority of those in my position. Vietnamese Americans in particular have similar rates of high school graduation or college attainment as Black and Brown communities, but we don't talk about that. And so racists use the model minority myth to pit communities of color against each other. And we're not going to stand for that. And I believe that's what this resolution is about. It's not only about condemning racism and xenophobia, it's about standing in solidarity with BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color and saying we're not going to allow racism to divide us. And lastly, and I know I'm coming up on my 3 minutes, is I want to talk about the fact that it was 6 Asian women who were murdered because this man decided that they were objects of sexual temptation for him. And he went out and looked for Asian-owned businesses and murdered Asian people, Asian women. And that is an experience that many Asian women have experienced in this country. And so we can't forget that xenophobia and misogyny go hand in hand to police and to otherize and sexualize and fetishize Asian women's bodies. And so I hope that the council support this resolution. I hope that we not only support a resolution condemning hate, that we take action in the city, whether it's to have a community liaison to the Vietnamese or Asian American community, to look at other ways so that we take concrete action to fight this kind of hate. So thank you, and I will pass it on to the next person.
Thank you, Council Member. We appreciate those comments. I see Council Member Becerra's hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councilmember Fan mentioned, Santa Ana had a Chinatown that was burned down 115 years ago. Now, fast forward to 1971, on this very date, April 6th, 50 years ago, Santa Ana actually elected its first Asian American city council member in Harry Yamamoto. His vote total was more than that of the candidate who finished behind him. Now, today we have 2 council members of AAPI descent serving right here today. And, our city, like our country, just hasn't always respected and treated our Asian brothers and sisters with the respect they deserve. But as history has shown, though, our city has evolved and has made great strides and progress towards standing against racism in all its forms. And today with this resolution, we're standing with our AAPI community because of the increase in hate crimes that we've been witnessing throughout the country that have been committed against us. And I want to thank my colleagues for hopefully will be their support for the AAPI community and condemning these hate crimes that have been happening against Asian Americans, whether they're in Santa Ana or throughout the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. And thank you both, Council Member Fan and Council Member Becerra. I know both of you helped draft and made some edits to the resolution and added your perspectives and points of view. And so we really appreciate that. And yeah, let me go ahead because I have some comments at the end, but I see Council Member Lopez and then Mayor Pro Tem's hand up. Council Member Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to express my support for our Asian and AAPI residents. I strongly condemn the physical and the verbal acts of violence that Asian Americans are experiencing. The Asian community should not fear for their lives while they're living their life, running errands, working or walking in their community. And we cannot simply just move from the fatal shooting in Georgia. We need to have this conversation. And so I want to thank Councilmember Fan and staff and Councilmember Becerra for bringing this up and really helping to address the issues of racism, misogyny, and xenophobia. I think that it is our responsibility to collectively come together as a nation and a community and to consider the pain of the Asian community. And so, my commitment is going to be to do everything that I can to ensure that Santa Ana is welcoming, inclusive, and an equitable place for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Mayor Pro Tem and then Council Member Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just also want to express that I wholeheartedly stand in solidarity with our Asian American community here in Santa Ana, and happy to support Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Becerra in this resolution. It's definitely something that is very problematic and isn't new, as we stated in the resolution language. This has been going on in the United States and around the world for centuries. I mean, here in the United States, the history of how we've treated Asian Americans in this country is so problematic and definitely something that needs to be talked about and shed a light on, to know the history that has happened here in our country. So very supportive of this. Thank you for bringing it forward. And happy to support. The one question I had, Madam City Manager, was, and you know me, I'm always going to have questions on process. And I don't remember this coming forward before us as any council item. Am I mistaken? Was I asleep? I know that we've had some long meetings, but was this before us before in a?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, your memory is correct and intact. It was not a council member requested item on an agenda. It was mentioned during comments from Council Member Fan, and then the mayor did request us to move forward, and he is able to put an item on the agenda.
Okay, good. And I just wanted to, because I was like thinking back, I was like, was I sleeping through council? I mean, I probably was because of how late our meetings have been going, but I wasn't. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss this item before us, but thank you for that. Very supportive, and thank you, council members.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for keeping us up on our toes. I forgot those comments as well, but that was the origin of it. So, Councilmember Hernandez and then Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to express my solidarity and support to the API community, and thank Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Becerra for bringing this forward. We as a city absolutely should condemn hate and white supremacy, and I think one of the things that really stood out to me last year in light of George Floyd, and as we are seeing what's been happening over the past couple of months with the hate and racism, misogyny and xenophobia toward the API community, is that there's a coalition of minorities that are coming together to dismantle hate, and here we are yet again having to fight in the trenches, but we are going to do that together, and we will come out on top, and love will always prevail. In the words of Dr. King, hate can't drive out hate, only love can do that. So here's to loving and embracing the API community that we have in Santa Ana. And as the council member of Ward 5, we have downtown Santa Ana, where there once was a Chinatown. I've always echoed it. I would love to see that Chinatown be brought back. Downtown Santa Ana is a home for everybody, and it's a place where we embrace diversity. So I would certainly love to get the ball rolling there, and I would invite any of our community leaders to reach out to me so that we can start discussing ways to do that. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Council Member. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes, thank you. I want to echo the comments of my colleagues as well. You know, Santa Ana has always been tolerant of all peoples, and so this is no exception. It's a great way to show our sister cities that we must come together and not tolerate this kind of behavior, and that there is a sense of togetherness no matter where you come from. And so it's a resolution that I definitely approve of and wholeheartedly support. So definitely it's a good thing for us to continue to do this for our fellow mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Yeah, I just briefly want to say, obviously all of us are in support of this. To me, a resolution just doesn't seem strong enough. I support it, but I almost think, okay, is it a hollow gesture because it's a non-binding intent document? And I know all of us feel so strongly about this issue. And you know what's interesting is as we reflect on tonight's meeting, we had somebody give us an invocation or a reflection coming from the American, the Native American community. Many of us speak Spanish, Vietnamese, have different backgrounds, and so we celebrate those things. So I see this more as an embrace rather than a tolerating communities. We embrace communities, and that's what we're doing. And we're embracing them in a moment that's really, really difficult, especially for the Asian community. So to the extent that we do as much as we can, I think this council, has been said, we're very compassionate, but let's not be, let's not simplify it too much, because these are not just measures of compassion. To the extent that Little Saigon was born here in Santa Ana, right? Right on First and near Sullivan was where it started. We have to ask ourselves, why has Little Saigon moved west away from Santa Ana? And so there is an economic nexus that we have to really figure out. Why is the community moving away from us rather than becoming more embedded in Santa Ana? So that is something that's very tangible. That's something that's quantifiable that I think we can tackle. But we do have to right this horrible legacy that the city has. And we have to be honest, as many of us here on this dais, Latinos, we have to make a lot better effort to have cultural understanding and sensitivity amongst those of us who are people of color. And because it's not just, white hate or hostility from the white community, but it is sometimes amongst people of color. And we need to be able to sit down and realize, obviously, to many of us, we have a lot more in common than we have differences, but sometimes that doesn't permeate everybody's reality. And I think it's these moments that we can do that and set examples. But one tangible example that we might want to do is there was a monument years ago on one of the medians that said, "Welcome to Santa Ana," and it was in Vietnamese themed, and it said Little Saigon. It was struck and knocked down and destroyed by somebody, and it was an accident, and it happened, but it never got rebuilt. And I always felt that that was an offensive gesture. It was maybe not overtly, but it was one that was sort of disregarded. And I remember discussions before I came on the council where a lot of people opposed that monument being themed in an Asian or Vietnamese style. So to the extent, Madam City Manager, we can revisit that and look where it was historically, but I believe it was on First Street as you drive from Bolsa, and it converts to First as you're driving east on First. I think, to me, that is the very least we can do to make sure that people understand we are a diverse community that celebrates what so many contributions that have been made from the Asian community. So look, I'd like to do more, but this is where we are on this resolution. But thank you all for your comments, and I'll go ahead and call on Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. I would definitely be supportive of that. And, definitely want to talk about the community liaison that we should have, because we have twice as many Vietnamese residents as they do in Fountain Valley. But with that, I would like to move to approve this resolution.
I'll second it.
Great. That's very appropriate. We have a motion by Councilmember Fan, second by Councilmember Becerra. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
And Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes. Thank you, everybody. And I was just going to remind the clerk, when you text me and tell me I'm going over time, please put it in all caps, bold, a lot of exclamation marks behind it, please, because I'm not paying attention. So with that, let me move to the only council member requested item that we have for this evening, item 32. And I believe this is from Councilmember Becerra and Councilmember Fan. I'll turn it over to both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was very appropriate that as we were discussing the previous item, you mentioned there needs to be more than just a gesture. And I think, it's like what they say, oh, wait, there's more. So in addition to the resolution, we have this item that both myself and Councilmember Fan brought forward. You know, in addressing a problem, the first thing you have to do is assess it and diagnose it. And I think what's appropriate here is because as we're talking about hate crimes against the Asian community, I think it's very important that we understand how many hate crimes are being committed here in our city. And we don't get that data as instantaneously as we should or as we would like. And so what this item is, and we're hopeful that it's a very easy accommodation, and that is to take hate crimes that have been reported to our police department and have that data posted on the excuse me, police department's website on a monthly basis. I think it's important because, again, as I mentioned, we want to show where we have problems, but also because I think this council has been a very big champion of transparency, and we need to make sure that we understand what it is that we're facing in order to address the problem.
Thank you, Council Member. Let me go ahead and turn it over to Council Member Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to thank Councilmember Becerra for actually asking me to join him on this item. I really do appreciate it. And I think all of us, whether we've asked for, fought for police reform, advocated for whatever it is, this, I think, issue, regarding more data, more transparency is the thing that we can all agree on. I don't think that there's a partisan bent to it. I don't think that there's anything other than wanting to know what's going on in our city of over 330,000 people. And we know hate crimes, particularly hate crimes against Asian Americans, are underreported. Just a couple facts, because I love that. Hate crimes during 2020 actually went down overall, but hate crimes against Asian Americans went up by 150%, particularly against the elderly and Asian women. I don't know how many have occurred in Santa Ana, but what I do know is that until I shared my story about racism, my cousin who lives in LA told me that as she was working and doing a photo shoot, a man on his bike rode across the street to come up to her and tell her to go back where she came from. A college classmate of mine was walking with her friend in San Francisco and got spat on and yelled at to also go back to where she came from. She's a healthcare worker. So, these were not crimes that were reported. These were not incidences that were reported. These are incidences that were shared maybe with tight family members, spouses, partners, and we need to know. We need to know what's going on so that we can address it. And so we can look at, well, what do we need in our police department so that people feel comfortable discussing this with our law enforcement? Is it because we need to hire more officers who speak Vietnamese or in the community who speak Chinese? What do we need? And so I really want to thank Councilmember Becerra for bringing this forward. I hope that we can do the very least, which is just to collect some data for now to see how we can move forward to address this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Council Members. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just wanted to show my support for this. Madam City Manager, it's important that our police department, as we move forward, we make this data available publicly so that we, not only the city council knows, but our residents know what's really going on in our city, because we know that these hate crimes are happening a lot. Lately, the last like 3-4 months, I feel that every time I watch the 10 o'clock news, or the 6 p.m. news, whatever time it is, there's always another crazy attack on an Asian American resident here in the United States. And they're always elderly people, which is even more troubling. So it's like not even dealing with hate crimes against Asians, but elderly people. That's just a whole different thing, and it's all problematic. All of it. It's terrible what we're seeing, the increase we're seeing against Asian Americans, and we need to make sure that we know what's going on and our police department makes this data available. When that is made available, I'm hoping soon. I'm not sure if my colleagues had a time frame, but I don't want this to also turn into, because I know we've done this before with the police department. Last summer, we all directed the police department to come back and provide quarterly or monthly data, I believe, on helicopter responses because we were seeing the helicopter hover over the city all night long, every single day, and nobody could ever tell us why. But we never seen any data. I think it was provided once within a month and never saw it again. So I know that the police department, they're busy, they have a lot of things going on, but it's important that when we ask for this data, it's provided to us and it's made public, whatever type of data it is. But just wanted to let you guys know that I'm supportive of this. I want to see it, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And look, for the, I think we kind of had this discussion in the previous item. I don't think anybody is going to be opposed to this. And I see the police chief on, and I believe that a lot of this data is already provided maybe to the Human Relations Commission at the county level, but to the extent that it's made available to us and really easily accessible, I'm sure there won't be any argument from him. And, I don't see any of us, being adverse to this. I think it's actually a very, very good thing. The only question I would have for the city attorney, do we need to bring I don't think we need to bring this back. This looks like pretty clear direction of what we want to do. There doesn't need to be a follow-up staff report, or is that for purposes of satisfying notice? Are we fine with this?
I think you'd be fine. And then I would just check with the city manager to make sure they feel like they have enough information to prepare what you need.
Thank you, City Attorney. Absolutely. This is information that's already collected by the police department. It's publicly available on the DOJ's website, and the police do share it with OC Human Relations. So it's very easy just to take it and to be more transparent to put it on the website. And I see the chief is engaged and he's nodding his head as well. So very easy information to share.
Great. So this won't be coming back to us, and I'll just go ahead and be as bold and say nobody on the council is opposed. So your direction should be very clear. Information's already made available. And thank you, council members Becerra and Fan, for bringing this forward. So moving along to the next item, we're actually going to go ahead and pivot to the Housing Authority. So I'll go ahead and recess the City Council meeting and convene the Housing Authority meeting and call the Housing Authority meeting to order and ask the clerk to please call roll.
Authority Member Becerra.
Here.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Here.
Authority Member Lopez.
Here.
Authority Member Mendoza.
Here.
Authority Member Fan.
Here.
Vice Chair Peñalosa.
Here.
Chair Sarmiento.
Yes, thank you, everybody. So let me go ahead and before the public hearing item number 2, I'm going to ask the clerk to provide instructions to the public who would like to make if they would like to make any comments on this item. So Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. For any member of the public who would like to make a comment for public hearing item 2, please dial *9 from your phone or click on raise hand from Zoom now. The lines will close once the chair opens the public hearing.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this is a time and place for a public hearing to approve the Housing Authority Plan. And I will go ahead and open the public hearing and ask if there are any council members that have any questions or comments. And ask Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public that would wish to address us?
No, Mayor, we have no one.
All right. Seeing none and hearing no members of the public, let me go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the council and ask the council members if there are any questions or comments from the members of the authority. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve.
Second.
You have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Mendoza. Madam Clerk, will you please conduct roll?
Authority Member Becerra.
Yes.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Yes.
Authority Member Lopez.
Yes.
Authority Member Mendoza.
Yes.
Authority Member Fan.
Yes.
Vice Chair Peñalosa.
Yes.
And Chair Sarmiento.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Let me go ahead and adjourn the Housing Authority meeting and reconvene the City Council meeting and come back for closing comments. And I'll start with the City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two items, tutoring and trees. So I wanted to announce that in the month of March, the Santa Ana Public Library conducted over 630 tutoring sessions for Santa Ana youth from kindergarten to 12th grade. Services like this provide students in the community an important opportunity to get extra assistance with homework. Many of these youth may not have otherwise had access to one-on-one tutoring elsewhere. For just a quick story as an example, we recently had a Vietnamese speaking parent contact staff very concerned about her child falling behind in school. And staff told the parent about the library's online tutoring service and showed her how to sign up for the free service. And she was very delighted and relieved and grateful that our library is offering this service. Students and families that are interested can visit the library's website at www.santa-ana.org/library. And then Santa Ana has been named Tree City USA for the 22nd consecutive year. The Arbor Day Foundation has named Santa Ana a 2020 Tree City USA in recognition of the city's commitment to effectively incorporating urban forest management in the community. As I mentioned, it is the 22nd consecutive year that we have received this honor. Santa Ana met the Tree City USA program's 4 requirements by establishing the Environmental and Transportation Advisory Committee made up of council appointees who provide oversight on tree planting programs, creating a tree care ordinance all the way back in 1999 that provides guidelines for maintaining a healthy urban forest, and establishing a community forestry program with an annual budget of at least $2 per capita. The city's fiscal year 2019-20 fiscal year budget far exceed that several times over, with funding of $4.1 million, and of course celebrating Arbor Day observance annually. The City of Santa Ana Tree Program purchases plants and maintains all city-owned trees to keep our urban forest of 50,000 street trees healthy and attractive. A tree planting usually is scheduled in the fall to provide the trees with optimal weather for successful growth. And if any member of the public has any questions or needs assistance with city trees, please contact our Public Works Maintenance Services Division at 714-647-3380. And we do have on our city website a lot more information about our tree program, should anybody be interested in learning more. And that's all, Mayor.
Thank you for those announcements, Madam City Manager. Let me go ahead and bring it to the council and ask them if they have any closing comments. And I'll start with Councilmember Becerra. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This week happens to be Library Week, National Library Week. So I wanted to wish everybody a happy Library Week, April 4th through 10th. And it's quite appropriate that we're having Library Week this week because we're seeing the reopening of the New Hope Branch Library on Friday, April 9th from 10 to 6 p.m. So hopefully everybody can come out and take a look at all the renovations that have been done at that library. And other than that, I just want to wish everybody a good night.
Thank you, Council Member. Let me call on Council Member Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity to share a moment of reflection as we discuss a lot of heavy things in our council meetings, of course, and all of us at the end of the day are people too, and we experience adversity and challenges in our own right. But recently, I just learned of some really devastating news of a family member or a family friend that had passed of COVID, and it was quite tragic and very, very expensive. And we just never know the effects of how it impacts our residents and our family members. So I wanted to take the opportunity to share that FEMA does have funds available to reimburse families if they did lose a loved one to COVID. There are qualifications for that. It's that if your family member did pass a COVID, it would have to be within the United States. And number 2, the result of death would have to be COVID on the death certificate. So just wanted to share that information because I know a lot of beautiful people were impacted by this pandemic and by the virus. So I hope that that is helpful. And however I can be of assistance to residents within my ward, I'm always a message away. Feel free to reach out, and I am here to be of service to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for that. I appreciate that. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do have a couple of announcements, so please bear with me. I wanted to directly speak with the residents of Saddleback View, Marbury Park, and Lyon. Please save the date. We're going to be having a meeting discussing our environmental concerns. It's going to be Thursday, April 29th at 6 p.m. And as most of you know, the Lyon neighborhood and the Saddleback View neighborhood, they deal with bad air quality, which is the Ward 3 issue. So it is something that I will continue to address. And we are in the process of updating our general plan. And my job as your councilwoman is to hear your thoughts and concerns regarding our quality of life issues. So please, as I said, save the date, and I hope to see you Thursday, April the 29th. My second update is going to be regarding the 2525 site. Due to the recent demolition work and the fire that happened last night, city staff did reach out to the developer, and he has agreed to, one, secure the site with additional fencing, two, provide 4 guards that will be on site overnight, and at least 1 during the demolition, and staff just confirmed that there are lights and that there are guards there. And third, provide lighting, as I said, and place them at the back corners and along the park overnight. And finally, I just want to thank Park Santiago residents for their continued patience. I know that it has not been an easy situation. It's been very challenging. And I want to thank you all for keeping me involved with the day-to-day. And please continue to reach out, and please know that we're here to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Great work out there. Let me go ahead and now go to Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you. I would like to request that our meeting be closed in honor of another of our veterans who passed away, not from COVID. He was a Korean War hero, a Sergeant Salvador Lujan, who was born in Santa Ana, in Delhi area, and has lived in Santa Ana for the better part of his life. He was 90 years old, or 90 years young, very active, and a true hero to our community and for his service to our country. And so we would like to just honor his memory by closing tonight's meeting in his honor. Sergeant Salvador Lujan, U.S. Army. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll do so. Absolutely. Let me go now to Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Becerra stole my thunder about New Hope Library. That's my home library. I grew up obviously on the west side, right off New Hope. I would walk there with my class. That was my after-school babysitting. That was the place where I discovered the world with all the fantastic books and snuck in hot Cheetos. Please don't do that. So I hope that those of you who are able to visit, especially in the limited hours, please do so. Please use the services. I know all of us are very enthusiastic about bringing these resources to the community. And it's not just books. We have audiobooks. We have ebooks. You can learn new languages with these different programs. There's so many things available for everybody to not just for kids, but for adults, to enrich ourselves, our learning, and all of that. I do want to mention, I probably should have mentioned earlier, but I was recently appointed to a 1-year term to the Community Services Policy Committee with the League of California Cities. It ends kind of midsummer, early fall. But really the goal is to advocate for issues that affect parks, families, and things like that, and how the state pass laws and issues that affect those of us here at the local level. Finally, I just wanted to remind everybody that even though we're all getting vaccinated or getting in line and there's openings and we're going to this new green tier, to please still stay safe. The CDC still recommends wearing 1 or 2 masks, still recommends social distancing, still recommends that once you're fully vaxxed, which means if you were like me and got Moderna, it's 2 weeks after the second shot that you're fully protected, that you still limit your contact with those who are unvaccinated, especially those who are more at risk. I want us to stay open. I want to be able to see my mom. I want us to really rev up this economy. But in order to do that, we all have to stay safe, and we want to make sure that especially those who cannot get the vaccine are still protected. So stay safe, take care.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Fan. Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I also just wanted to encourage residents to head over to the New Hope Library, and my colleagues, if you haven't seen it, please go and tour it. I was lucky to visit it during construction, and it was looking really great then, so I can't wait to see it now. Since today, we're wearing teal to bring awareness to Sexual Assault Awareness Month, I want to remind everybody that April 28th is Denim Day. So don't forget to wear your denim on April 28th. And that stems from back in the 90s, an Italian Supreme Court overturned the conviction of a 1998 rape case because the victim wore tight jeans. And it was argued that the jeans were so tight that the only way to have gotten them off was if she had helped her attacker remove her jeans, thus making the act consensual. That's the type of garbage that women have had to deal with for centuries in this world. So just wanted to remind everybody to wear denim April 28th. And that is it. I have no further comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, and good night.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Man, I wear denim every day, so I don't know. I guess I'll just continue the pattern. But thank you for those comments. So really quickly, I just wanted to mention a couple of things, and then I'm going to kind of shift in with your indulgence, council members, in a very difficult task of adjourning in memory of a couple of people that is going to be very difficult to describe their loss to the city. I just first want to thank the residents in the Santa Anita neighborhood, Delhi Memorial Park, and soon Windsor Park. I'll be addressing some of them and just listening and inviting some comments from them on how we should be looking at prioritizing funding for the American Rescue Plan. So I guess the goal here is just to go out to the public and hear as much as possible from them, or at least encourage them to maybe think about it and send us comments later. But the idea is to engage the public on this as much as possible. I don't want this decision to be made in a vacuum by anybody. We need to make it with as much public input as we possibly can. That's one. The second thing is to reiterate what Councilmember Fan said. Please get vaccinated. We have a very short window here in the 92701 and 92703 zip codes to be able to get people vaccinated before the onslaught of everybody in the county getting vaccinated once they're 16 and over. So that is everybody. So we have this window of time. So let's try to go ahead and do and be as efficient as possible to vaccinate our folks first. That was the goal of these HPI index areas, was to give us priorities in those areas to get those people that have been hardest hit to get priorities. So we don't want to wait and defer this, and then that opportunity goes away and it's made available and everybody's elbowed out. So with your indulgence, let me just go ahead and begin with these two folks that we're going to be saying goodbye to tonight. And one of them is Arthur Sandoval. And if I don't know if any of you knew Arthur, but he was a resident here, but very, very involved in the community. He was a city commissioner and a public servant here in Santa Ana. He graduated from Century High School and was really involved in campus activities, including Model United Nations. That's sort of a speech and debate program. He went on to study international relations at UC San Diego. And soon after his graduation, he came back and landed an internship with then State Senator Correa's office, where he quickly proved himself to be a model public servant and became a top district representative for more than 6 years. Arthur worked tirelessly to support and represent the Santa Ana community. He was engaged with Connect to Council. Again, as I said, served as a city commissioner and vice chair to our Community Redevelopment Commission. He dedicated hundreds of hours to helping our residents navigate and access state government. He resolved issues and identified resources for small businesses, seniors, students, local government, schools, veterans, parents, kids with special needs, and dreamers. Arthur was passionate about helping people. He worked to give voice and access to those with disabilities, mental health needs, and children with special needs. Many in our community have fond memories of Arthur's reading books in classrooms, organizing toy distributions, mentoring high school students, and he is universally known to be a young man of great kindness, humility, loyalty to his family, colleagues, and his community. And again, just somebody who devoted his young life to helping residents here in Santa Ana. And he passed away, and many of you may have known him in then Senator Correa's office, just helping and being one of our city commissioners. And he was, a very bright, very energetic, and the most decent young man that I've had the pleasure of meeting. And so we adjourn in his memory and say goodbye to Arthur for all his good work that he did for our residents here. The next one is for somebody even younger. And many of you may have heard the story of the mass shooting that occurred last week in the city of Orange and the 4 lives that were taken. And I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for alerting me that one of those lives was the very young boy that was killed during that incident. And that young boy was Matthew Farias. And Matthew was a resident of Santa Ana. And so his image is right now on screen for all of us to hopefully look at and remember fondly, because in his very short 9-year-old life, he was the victim of one in a series of mass shootings that occurred and affected this country. And this one really hit us close because it was right next door in the city of Orange. And as many of you know, with your consent, I sent a letter to Mayor Murphy in the city of Orange offering our sympathies for their loss in their community. But Matthew was one of ours. And, he lost his life on Wednesday, March 31st. And the entire Santa Ana Unified School District community is heartbroken, as we are, by the senseless act of violence that took the life of Matthew Farias, who was a 3rd grader at Hoover Elementary. And so our thoughts and, our sympathies and our love is with, Matthew's family, along with everybody in the school district and in the community. From what I understand, Matthew was an avid lover of soccer. He loved riding his bikes, playing games of tag. He loved playing with his dog, Ruby, which is a boxer, and he loved playing video games on his Xbox. He was competitive, athletic, and bright. And just looking at him, not only evokes sympathy for his loss and our loss, but also just for me, it really does bother me that what's been consistent with all these mass shootings has been one thing, which is weapons. And, this young man had a bright future. This young man had many things to look forward to, and many of us are the lesser for his loss. And so I just want to adjourn in his memory and adjourn in the memory of Arturo Sandoval as well. Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Justin, if you could indulge me for 2 seconds, just wanted to, thank you for that. The day after the shooting happened, I also found out that my cousin, who's a teacher at Hoover Elementary, was Matthew's teacher. So she, was devastated beyond belief because, she spent a year with Matthew, as his teacher. And very sad situation. And thank you for closing this meeting in his honor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, some meetings are tougher than others to close on. This one is difficult. This one is one that hits home to all of us. And let's just be kind to each other. Let's care about each other. Let's remember that these things happen to people who are right next door to us, and we need to be gentle with each other. So with that, I'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting in his memory and in Arturo Sandoval's memory. And the next meeting will be on April 6, 2021. Thank you, everybody. We're adjourned.